to the crime itself or any court case. But with that being said, it can be used, or that information can be subpoenaed by either a civil court or a criminal court to look at the kind of evidence that was used in that particular hearing and to see if it can substitute or at least give more meat, for lack of a better term, to the kind of case that we are dealing with in either the civil or the criminal charge. But most of the time, these are not even parallel hearings. They are very different in nature. So usually what is used or found in a disciplinary inquiry doesn't always relate to what's going to happen in a criminal hearing.
And if we look at what was found during that disciplinary inquiry, it relates to operational issues, because
Yes.
if you look at the fact that as a forensic analyst, Captain Mogwetle was found guilty of dishonesty when he issued a corrected ballistics report, and he also was found to have changed the dates on which that report was corrected, and there were material implications in him doing that. So just in terms of criminal cases outside of the place of work, these are serious charges of which he's been found guilty internally as well.
100%. So those forensic reports, we call them 212 reports. So they're in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act under Section 212, hence the 212 report. So we rely on them heavily when we're dealing with evidence, and especially if we're dealing with evidence that requires change. So let's say in
One, two, one, two.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
How is this mic for you?
Hello, 1 2 1 2 main control. I hope Langutwa 1 2. I hope Langutwa main control. I hope you're good. Main control, how are you? 1 2 1 2.
Are you getting a buzz? There's a buzz, ne? Oh, okay. No, yeah, we're confirming that. Maybe let me do some things to this. Now it's still there.
How's
What happened?
1 2 1 2 1 2. Main control 1 2. I hope you can hear me. Main control 1 2 1 2. I hope you can hear me.
Oh, it's a we pick up our Okay. No, I thank you, my brother. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 a tse di a bereka.
This and not asking questions about why is the acting commissioner in Bali not arrested alongside Masemola and Abbas, because she is the chairperson.
Presenter, please open your mic.
What did you say to me just now?
Please say hi.
What did you say to me just now?
Can you say hi? The presenter doesn't want to say hi, and I have to test the mic.
What did you say to me just now?
Please wait.
What did you say to me just
Let
now?
me test mine. Hello.
You know what he said to me just now when I asked him for help with my signature? What did you say just now?
Do you pick up?
Hello.
Is that fine? No buzz or still buzz, but it's bus. Ne? All right. I thank you, my brother. Please switch me live.
At noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Well, thanks so much, everyone, for those messages. And yeah, appreciate it. As for how things are unfolding, I'm trusting the process at this point because everyone who has something to answer to as it emerges from the commission, I do trust and believe will do exactly that. It will happen. So perhaps that's not good enough for you, but for me, I'm trusting the process at this point. But please keep those messages coming. Appreciate it. Now, eThekwini Mayor Cyril Xaba says that the municipality will investigate allegations by the Umbumbulu residents that a driver of a municipal water tanker or tankers are selling water instead of delivering it free of charge. Now, this after a 38-year-old resident died after being run over by a tanker after an altercation between residents who had been without water for a week and a driver. Now, the police are investigating the incident. Xaba says that areas in the south of the metro are still struggling with water supply due to aging infrastructure and population shifts. Dries Liebenberg has more on the story.
Relatives have described the 38-year-old Kalani Zungu as the head of the household after their parents died. He lived together with his brother, sister and 2 cousins. His brother, Zakile, says the 2 of them ran up to the road on Sunday afternoon after they heard the altercation between the driver of the water tanker and angry residents. An emotional Zakile Zungu has described how his brother was trying to get out of the way of the truck when he was run over.
I was shocked. I don't know what I can say. I don't know what I can say. I feel painful. Actually, I'm sick. I lost my mind. I lost everything. The way I feel. I can't eat. I can't drink water. I can't drink nothing. I can't do nothing.
Residents allege that the tanker driver got angry when people tried to stop him and pulled out the sjambok. They allege that the driver then tried to run someone else over, but had hit a fence. It was after he reversed that the tanker hit Kalani Zungu, stopped, and then sped off. Ward Councillor Tembelihle Makanya says the driver was on his way to deliver the water to a household in the area who was holding a funeral.
Now, what happened yesterday was also checked to that committee that I'm saying we established it, led by the ward committee that is leading the water portfolio. When I checked them, they said they received a call from one of the household around here. They said they do have a funeral yesterday and they need a special assistance of water.
Kalani Zungu's cousin, Nombuso Zungu, says it's painful to see the video of the incident that has gone viral on social media. However, she says she's glad that it is highlighting their plight.
SAfm, as a family, we are very, very hurt, and I really don't know what to say or what to do about the video. We do worry, but about the video, everyone must see about the municipality, because the only problem that we're having, the water, they do sell water, so it's not for the community now. It's they doing municipality. Those are truck drivers. They making their own money.
Mayor Cyril Xaba says the problems with water supply in Umbumbulu is well known. It's an area supplied by water tankers and boreholes. However, he gave an undertaking that the municipality will investigate allegations that tanker drivers are selling water.
We are busy working on a southern aqueduct. It's a 24-kilometer pipeline that supplies water from our Durban Height water treatment plant through to Queensborough, Shallcross, Chatsworth, to this area, following Umbumbulu, Umlas.
Xaba says the driver reported the incident to the police, who is investigating the incident. The mayor did not want to comment any further on the incident itself at this stage. I am Dries Liebenberg in Durban.
What a tragic story there. And of course, one has to wonder how long have those water tankers been operating in that area? And if the infrastructure were to be replaced in that particular area, how long would it take? And if it is not being done, why isn't it being done? Because it seems as though these water tankers that were meant to be a temporary solution, not just in eThekwini, but in so many other municipalities and metros around the country, have now become a permanent installation. And they've been taken over by mafioso, because people are now calling it a mafia industry, these water tankers. But of course, the community needs to step up. It has to stop. The municipalities need to be more responsive to the needs of the community and do the right thing. But of course, as always, we welcome your comments. Now, Westbury residents here in Johannesburg are taking to the streets, and they are protesting against the spiraling crime and gangsterism which has paralyzed the area. The residents are demanding urgent action against escalating gang violence and drug-related crime. The community is also calling for lasting solutions instead of temporary police deployments. Residents have criticized poor police visibility, saying that officers patrol in convoys rather than engaging the community through stop-and-search operations. And Westbury remains one of Gauteng's most violent hotspots, with many residents living in fear. Jefferson Alistair Johnson, Westbury community activist, joins us on the line now. Jefferson, thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Thank you so much, Sakina, for having me.
So taking a look once again at today's march or get together, however you want to term this, it's not the first time, and it's not the first time that the residents of Westbury have tried to highlight their plight. But why do you think we are not seeing any real progress?
Sakina, you know, I like I said this morning, I said something that was so profound. We've been at this since 2015, and it is now 2026. And, you know, the cry just becomes louder and louder and louder, and then there's almost like there's a deaf ear to the cry. However, I also feel that, you know, it's holistic. This comes from the police. It comes from now currently SANDF that's deployed. It comes from, you know, all the authorities with regards to government, and then also the people of Westbury. That's where the major problem lies, because we know everything about, you know, who's the killers. We know everything about why they're killing. We know everything about you know how to deal with the situation. So it is a holistic thing, and the community ourselves, we know how to kind of implement stuff that will be able to help us to break free from the scourge.
So if the community has the answers, what do you need from government? What sort of assistance do you require to attack and tackle these problems that are basically besieging your young people, young men dying in their numbers by the day?
So one of the very shocking things that I would speak about, Sakina, is the fact that we have kids as small as 14, 15 years old that wants to be in school that can't go to school because of the fact that, you know, there's been bullies in the area where they lived. And so these boys now becomes gangsters based on the anger of what was implemented on them. So I think if we can try and break that in, breakthrough on that end, which is where we're going to call in the Department of Education to make sure that that is stopped immediately. You cannot have bullies in school. Then you also need social development to come into our community, and because there's just too many illicit things that run, problems with regards to drugs and gangsterism, all these failing things that is causing the problem.
Too many things like guns in the community,
guns especially.
Guns in the hands of children.
Exactly. That's where we are at. And you know, you can speak to a policeman and they'll give you the ownership back, which is not a bad thing to do. It's the truth. You know, give us back what we need to do, but listen to us with regards to how we need you to do it for us. Because once we have, we know the gang leaders. right? These people have been people that was arrested by the police. So why is it that they cannot get these heads to come in? And then obviously to infiltrate from the greatest to the least down, to the little, the most youngest gangster in that. Bring them together, and then we can work through some programs with them. And then at the very same time, like I mentioned this morning, I said, you know, if we can infiltrate that, and then also deal with the mother at home that's going through the anger and the bitterness, and also the mother that sort of like inhabits all this. She keeps all this to herself, the bad odor that is happening in-house, where you come home and you hide a firearm, or you come home and you bring money that you don't know where it comes from. If we can work with those kind of things and help them along this process, then things will change.
So also, you know, the other thing for me about Westbury is a very small area. Westbury is
Absolutely.
a very small community, and everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows everybody's business. And therefore,
Absolutely.
it's not as though things are being done, anonymously, because people know who the killers are. People know who is supplying the guns. People know who's supplying the ammunition. So what will it take for this community to get to a point where they come out and say, okay, we are willing to speak out and let you know who are the people who are running these operations and rendering our community in the mess that it is?
You know what will really bring us that breakthrough regarding this, and I think Bishop Dalton had the right way of infiltrating the whole situation now because of power. You know, there's a certain level that you have to be able to listen to people, and because personally for me, I've been trying, and there's others as well, you know, that's been trying, and it's almost like you run into a locked door because of the fact that you don't have the power, you know, the authority with regards to government to try and infiltrate better on that end. But you know, as a young person, you try and see how you can find your way through this, and I think Bishop has the right end to the stick right now. It's just the infiltration and the implementation coming from everybody else that needs to assist on that. That will help us. That will really help us. Because, and then, like I said to you, I'm sorry, Sakina. I mean, like one of the, like we've been together and we've been speaking about this for a very, very long time. And one of the major issues that we always speak about is the fact that it's joblessness. That is one of the greatest things that we have, because we have matriculants at this current moment. They're all at home. You understand? There's no scope for us with regards to university. There's no scope for us with regards to, I mean, like there's we can do things in our community that will help us to change the narrative.
You know, you speak about the issue of the mothers, and you're very diplomatic in how you posit that whole situation, because if you speak to people, they tell you that in Westbury, one of the issues is that a lot of what is going on, the anger and the even some of the drug dealings are actually run by women in that community.
Sure. You know, I made this statement one day. I'm just in one confrontation, because what I used to do in the past is to get these boys together, the smaller ones, you know, just to try and make sure that you curb it immediately, just nip it in the bud immediately, you know. And I had the boys come out and they would meet each other, and I invited the police and they were with us. You know, I even have a video of it where these boys came and they asked forgiveness to one another. And then just 2-3 months down the line, this thing scourged again, and then one young man lost his life. And you know, the family to that young boy actually blamed me for his death. And just about 2 weeks ago, I called the mother just to find out, you know, how are you doing? Because after your son's death, we never had a conversation, because I was blamed for his son's death. And I asked, like, when I sent her a message, she says to me, "What do you want? Say what you want to say." And then she said to me, "I go and I sign out young boys at the police station." So I said to her, you know, like, how truthful are you regarding this? Because in order for me to sign out any young person, that means that I'm that person's guardian, because there's no way that you can do that. There's no way I can stand and say that, listen, I signed out this young boy because he shot and killed somebody else. You know, so you're trying to find your best situation or solution for the problem with regards to moms. You don't know if it is the right one or the wrong one, because I'm telling you, they're the ones that even give names to these killers at this current moment for you to die. That's what happens. I mean, like, how many times have I been on a list for me to lose my life?
And unfortunately, people are losing their lives at the moment, Jefferson, in the most gruesome way in this whole face-off phenomenon.
Absolutely.
So
I'm just hoping and I'm praying to God that that government really gets to see what it is that they can assist us with, because I believe that there's many ways to skin a cat, and one of the ways is that all these young people that's at home, let them belong to some kind of an NPO. Get them to go into schools and do certain programs that speaks about that speaks about their identity, who they are. You understand? Because for too long in Westbury, we've been living like this. For years on end, generation after generation, we have to fight the scourge of gangsterism, the scourge of drugs, the scourge of this and that and the other. So it's a scary situation. But I think our fight and our plea and my hope is merely for us to move from this imposition to something better, to help us. A sustainable change. That is what we want.
Jefferson Alistair Johnson, thanks so much for your time, community activist in Westbury. And that is all our time this afternoon. Thank you so much for being with us, and to the production team, Ondelambana standing by with your news at 1.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Thank you, Sakina and the team. On the top stories, Madlanga Commission hears testimony on Lieutenant Khumalo's case, and family and friends gather in Zimbabwe for the Chuma family funeral. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Madlanga Commission has heard that the magistrate who presided over the first court appearance of Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officers was not convinced their state had a strong case against the accused. IDEC Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Peter Sarunye, has testified that the magistrate made the remarks before granting bail, saying the matter was not a typical fraud case. Sarunye is testifying about the prosecution's handling of the case involving the crime intelligence officers.
Commissioner, the magistrate says it after asking Advocate Lashwayo some questions. He says, I'm not that convinced that your case is that strong, because it's not like the typical cases that we deal with of fraud. And he also says it to the accused when he grants them bail. He says one of the things that I've considered is this issue, and I'm not convinced about the strength of the state case as it stands, based on the address by the prosecutor.
Earlier, Sarunye said no DDPP was allocated as project leader in the case to oversee and guide investigations. He said it was unusual that junior prosecutor Joy Hlajwayo was allocated to the matter without his knowledge on engagement.
But it was strange that a junior prosecutor who's reporting to me is allocated to this case without me having been engaged. Not that it doesn't happen. Like I said, I would have expected, say, maybe Advocate Paul Lowe, if he was part of that group, to have discussed the matter with me, to say, we need a prosecutor, we're having a shortage. Do you have a lot of work for Joy?
Accused number 1 in the Vusimuzi Ket Matlala trial, Musa Kekana, was read his rights by police upon his arrest for the murder of Vereeniging engineer Armand Swart. That is according to the state's 4th witness, Lieutenant Colonel Tumelo Dzodetsi. Dzodetsi told the High Court in Johannesburg that the suspect's rights were read out to them in both Sepedi and English. He is testifying in a trial within a trial. The defense wants the firearm and other evidence to Kekana to be declared inadmissible before the main trial proceeds. Kekana, Diego Mabusela, Matlala, his wife Tsakani Matlala, and Tabiseng Nzama face 25 charges, including attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, money laundering and fraud. Zodetsi says the suspects were made aware of their rights.
Siyabatshela ukuthi noma ngabe yini abayishoyo ingaqoshwa isebenziswa against bona enkantolo.
Then said to them anything that they might say might be recorded and be used against them in a court of law.
Batshela ukuthi abaphoqiwe ukuthi benze i-confession or i-admission.
Inform them that they are not forced to depose to a confession or an admission.
Batshela ukuthi banelungelo lokuxhumana nommeli.
Inform them that they have a right to contact a legal representative.
Police and other law enforcement agencies have confiscated knives, vapes and cannabis from learners during a search and seizure operation at Badirile Secondary School in Kagiso on Gauteng's West Rand. Police also revealed that more than 10 criminal cases have been reported at the school since the beginning of the year. The Provincial Education Department is intensifying efforts to tackle crime, gangsterism and substance abuse in schools. Gauteng Education MEC Lebogang Maile also says authorities will conduct regular operations and implement measures to restore order.
We've agreed with the police in terms of what is going to happen, which I will not talk about, but the colonel can give some of the details and not all the details, because we are putting this school under spotlight. We want to make sure that in the next coming few weeks there is order here. Apart from crime and violence, bullying and gangsterism, at the center is ill discipline. The fact that the school does not have a principal, I've already instructed the district to bring someone who's going to act as a principal, and they are starting the process of interviewing as well.
The Gqeberha High Court has ordered the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality in the Eastern Cape to reinstate the previous electricity tariff structure for domestic consumers, with the changes applying retrospectively from the 1st of July. The municipality has also been instructed to obtain approval from the National Energy Regulator of South Africa within 30 days for the necessary amendments to its tariff structure. The DA, which filed the urgent application, argued the rate increase was adopted following a flawed public participation process. NMBDA mayoral candidate Retief Odendaal says that consumers who have already paid under the disputed tariff structure will receive credits on their municipal accounts once the changes have been implemented.
And it means that there will be more money in the pockets of people almost immediately, and I think that was the important part. There are many people in the city that cannot make ends meet. We are an industrial city with not such a big middle class, with a lot of poor people. About 50% of our people are living under the breadline, and many indigent households, and it's a victory for them because they could no longer afford the electricity tariffs that we've seen.
Family and friends have gathered in Bulawayo in Zimbabwe to pay their last respect to Notabo Chuma and her 2 daughters who were found murdered in Bedfordshire in the United Kingdom last night. The bodies arrived last night after the repatriation was delayed at the weekend. The deceased have been described as loving and caring people. They will be buried at Old Luveve Cemetery in Bulawayo. Notabo's cousin, Tembi Magonya, says she still cannot believe that she is burying people she loved.
Unzima Nawami, to be speaking about you in past tense, I really cannot believe it. The past 2 years have been a gift. I saw her the last week before she was found. It was a gift that I'll treasure my whole life.
Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission has heard that the magistrate who presided over the first court appearance of Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officers was not convinced the state had a strong case against the accused. I am Ondalambana for SAfm News at 1:30.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Pedestrians, winter days are shorter. That means more walking in the dark. If drivers can't see you, your life is at risk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, add reflective strips to your school bag, and use a flashlight when walking at night. Walk in groups where possible. Being visible is not just a choice, it's your protection. Be bright, save your life this winter. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Greetings to you all at SAfm. Let me just take this moment to congratulate you on 90 years of existence. Job well done on remaining as relevant and as important for 90 years. It's never ever easy to remain as consistent.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
The past speaks, the present responds, the future is listening. SAfm.
Did you know that you can buy SAB's programs to enjoy at home at your own time? From the golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba, Inyaga Nyaga, Orkney Snorkney, to box sets of Isidingo the Need and other soapies for binge watching. It's the legendary old games or programs from our radio stations that you're looking for. We have you covered. For more information or to place an order, simply email SABC Program Sales on contentsales@sabc.co.za or call them on 011 714 6650 or 011 714 7342.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Maria Mandla Kawundi Tandazale Dibambelele Kuyo Indlela Yokulunga Dipengo Amandla Diqinini Sakuyo Indlela Yakuyesu Esa
Maria Tembalan Kaundi Tethelele Kunyana Wakuyesu Ulitamsanqa lethu Ndipengu ku amandla Ndinini nisekuyo indlela yakuyesu Esa ekuphile 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 ekuphile
Maria Maria
Maria oh 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 Maria oh Maria oh Maria
Maria
oh Maria uzondincedise
ukuthandaza
ndincedise
ukuthandaza
ndincedise
ukuthandaza
ndincedise
ukuthandaza
ayuthandaza ayuthandaza ayuthandaza
It's the discovery of new music for me. It always makes my day. Always makes my day. And here's the thing. Oftentimes I get all the compliments from you listening. You'll message me on X and you'll tell me how great the music selection is, and I'm not always responsible for it, right? Today, one of my producers chose this song. Beautiful song, by the way. Oh, I've never heard it before. I really have never heard it before. Amanda Black and Joao J something coming through. And you know what I love about Joao's voice in this song? Because as he came in to his verse, instantly I said to my tech, oh, is that Joao? What a beautiful song. What a wonderful song. Egupileni is the name of this one, and that is how we entered the show this afternoon. I hope you've had a great day. We're going to catch up with SAfm Mota, who's out at day 153 at the Madlanga Commission, and then we're going to touch base with the folks from the Artscape Theatre, having a look at the Women's Humanity Festival, which is hosted out in Cape Town, returning for its 20th anniversary. And then we're going to catch up with Mandla Sibeko, who is with the FNB Art Joburg. He's the director for Art Joburg, and they're coming up on their 19th edition this coming spring in September. Dr. Judy joins us on the other side of 2 o'clock. We're looking at fatigue and skin and how exhaustion affects your skin. That's coming up after 2. But as we always say with Dr. Judy, if you do have a skin and medical situation that is somehow affecting your skin, or you suspect it's affecting your skin, feel free to sneak in a question there, and where she can, she will give some guidance and some clarity. 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086 000 2032 is the number to call us on. SAfm Mota coming up.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo e-life certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. #SASSA Cares.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
Yes, morning to me. Well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAfm 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. This is the Madlanga Commission update on SAfm.
All right, SAfm Mota joins us now, day 153 at the Madlanga Commission. Good afternoon to you, SAfm. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Only a pleasure. Okay, let's get to day 153. I think we were anticipating today that Advocate Ramsamy would be back, but I see this morning we have a new advocate on the stand.
Yes, definitely. I think last week when the commission actually adjourned, they had stated that she would be back today. But I think we will get word of how far she is with that second supplementary affidavit. So that's why I think that's where the delay may have been. But today we definitely have a new witness, and he's a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions at IDEC, Advocate Peter Sirunye. And basically he's testifying about some of, the issues that have been raised before the Madlanga Commission and how he came to be involved regarding the case involving Dumsani Khumalo and other crime intelligence officials. And some of the concerns that he has raised with the case is how a junior prosecutor was allocated to the case, and he was surprised seeing her as this person was really under his watch, and he was not informed nor requested for her involvement in this case. And he's just basically telling us about how he came to be involved in the case. But again, I think his testimony is definitely corroborating some of the testimony we've heard about the IDEC, and this involves, the steps taken by the IDEC to prosecute General Dumsani Khumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officials, and him also alluding to the fact that some of the investigators and the prosecutors who form part of the team were actually not as experienced as they needed to be, as this was a high-profile matter.
I mean, it just seems as though the evidence against IDEC becomes more damning and more explosive with each testimony that we've seen over the last couple of days.
No, definitely, because, when he starts off, he says, by the fact of the matter, this team that was assembled by the IDEC didn't have, a DDPP, and that is somebody in his rank, somebody that's like, a project manager to lead the investigation and to guide the investigation. And that with him sort of like raised alarm bells. And when he tried to find out who was leading or heading this team, he got really no answers. And he says he was really surprised when Joyce Tlhajwayo, his junior, was allocated the matter. And on the day of their first appearance, the crime intelligence officials, he thought he should go and, support this junior member. And when he got there, he could visibly see that she was really overwhelmed. And ultimately, he tells the commission that he does believe that Joyce was set up in this case. And after that court appearance, he was then requested by the IDEC to sort of, head and lead this investigation. And when he got a hold of the docket, nothing really made sense. And he was questioning, why were these crime intelligence officials being charged with corruption? Why are they being charged? Because these charges really made no sense. And even him adding that even the magistrates who was, presiding over the matter even said that this case will not see the light of day because it's not like any other corruption case that he's, sort of presided over. So again, it goes back to the IDEC saying that there must have been, or the illusion that there must have been some ulterior motive for the IDEC to prosecute these crime intelligence officials.
Sure. And of course, we are no closer to knowing what that ulterior motive might have been or could be.
Definitely, but certain names keep popping up, and I think even last week when we had the testimony of Rapesu, we heard that even the police minister was meeting with the senior crime intelligence officials to get updates on this case. So I think there is a consistency of certain names coming up, your Johnsons, your Feroz Khans possibly, or even the minister who has been placed on leave of absence, Mr. So I think by the end of this IDEC stream, we should sort of get a clearer picture as to why these crime intelligence officials were charged with these charges and whose hand might have been in it from the start.
And just a quick one. A member of Parliament, Fidel Adams, the update there is that he'll be testifying at the commission?
Definitely, and I think she's another one who's going to definitely have a difficult time at the Madlanga Commission. So what we are expecting is that he will present himself before the Commission, I think on the 11th of August, after I think a Rule 3 notice was served to him because he has been implicated by various witnesses. And what we are expecting is for him to answer questions relating to these crime intelligence documents he had and shouldn't have had, and also the Section 27, which has become such a prominent feature in the evidence against IDEC.
We'll leave it there for this afternoon, Siphahle Motha. Thank you so much for your time That was our SABC News reporter who was out at the Madlanga Commission Day 153 at the Commission as they continue along on now their second extension, trying to really get down and into the matters concerning the SAPS and that PKTT, as well as other adjacent matters that have now cropped up over the last couple of months. A quick pause from our end, and then we'll come back on the other side and we catch up with Dr. Marlene LaRue, CEO of Artscape Theatre and disability and women's rights activist.
The archive remembers. The conversation continues.
More NGO delegates will be allowed to attend the World Summit at the Sandton Convention Center. This follows an agreement yesterday between NGO leaders and the United Nations. Earlier in the day, NGO delegates were prevented from entering the summit venue. Only 6,000 people, including 1,500 NGO delegates, are allowed into the building because of fire regulations. Now, one of the main problems being expressed by the NGOs is the exclusion of civil society and the lack of government and corporate accountability. The Third World Network based in Malaysia is a non-profit network of organizations involved in issues relating to development, the Third World and North-South issues. To find out if they're happy with the agreement reached, we're now joined on the line by Chi Yok Ling, who's the Deputy Director of the Third World Network. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, what's contained in this agreement with the UN?
Well, it was basically, we had a couple of meetings with the UN as well as representatives of the South African government. As both host country in the UN, we actually had good discussions. A lot of it was very logistical, like long queues, very frustrating for people who want to get to work in the convention center. So we had good discussions. We convey the feelings of frustration of people who travel from so many thousand miles. But I think it's going to work well. Yesterday, we agreed that there will be more openings for people so that we don't have to have such long queues, and that given the fact that a lot of people are moving in and out, the actual figure may not be 1,500 all the time.
From the voices that made history to the voices making history today. SAfm. Stages, pages, screens and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, let's catch up now with Dr. Marlene LaRue, CEO of Artscape Theatre and disability and women's rights activists, as we get into the 20th anniversary of the Artscape Theatre's Women's Humanity Festival hosted out in Cape Town. How are you doing this afternoon, Doc?
Hi, thank you very much for having me on SAfm.
Well, we appreciate the time with you.
It was a radio for the women and for the people.
That's for sure. That is for sure. Let's firstly get some context, maybe some background around the Artscape's Women's Humanity Festival, because this is your 20th season.
Yes, and we have all the time used the arts as a vehicle, our stages, because we work with the communities first of all. It's a state theatre. I want to say it to the listeners. Artscape is a state theatre, and we believe that we must serve the people first. And that is why we take hands with our communities, our NGOs, and then every year, since 20 years ago, when I started and conceptualized this particular festival around the 9th of August, I've realized, because I come from activism, that the 9th of August is only a day. It should be 365 days that we need to look at dignified for women and respect for women, and especially about humanity for all in society. And we then developed with our NGOs a program every year, and now it's a month-long program now, and we take it also with girl child and boy child. We have dialogues. So right through the year, and we visit our communities, taking the theatre to the people. So the month-long program is actually what we are doing in our communities, highlighting the challenges that we still have, and also showcasing specifically from the community in Artscape. So it's a month in Artscape, but the entire year we work in the community to curate a month-long program at Artscape.
I just want us to take the headline news. We'll come back on the other side and get into matters around the theme for this year, which is Women in Action. And of course, we're marking 70 years of that historic 1956 Women's March upon Union buildings. And then we'll reflect also on the role of art in such ongoing conversations, social conversations in the country, before we get into some of the finer details of the Women's Humanity Festival itinerary for their 20th anniversary as part of the Artscapes programming observing Women's Month. 1:30. Ondela is back at the news.
Thank you, Bridget, and a very good day. On the news headlines, a learner has died following a fight at a high school in Isithebe, north of Durban. According to reports, the learner was struck on the head during a physical altercation with another pupil and was left unconscious. Accused number 3 in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial, Mtobi Simncube, says he was sleeping on the night former Bafana captain Senzo Meyiwa was killed, and the Madlanga Commission has heard that the magistrate who presided over the first court appearance of Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officers was not convinced the state had a strong case against the accused. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Before there was the SAfm You Know Today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. The past speaks, the present responds, the future is listening. SAfm. Stages, pages, screens and more on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right. As we continue with our conversation with Dr. Marlene LaRue, CEO of Artscape Theatre and Disability and Women's Rights Activist, looking at the 20th anniversary of the Women's Humanity Festival, which is hosted as part of the Artscape's itinerary. Doc, let's get into the theme for this year, which is Women in Action, as we mark 70 years of that historic 1956 Women's March upon Union buildings.
Yes, most definitely. And one of our stalwarts that is still alive, Sophie Williams de Bruin, we're also honoring her. And on the 9th of August in particular, we're going to have a commemorative walk, a humanity walk from the Civic Centre next to Artscape, Cape Town Civic Centre. And we're going to walk and we're going to ask the question, what is the challenges now? It's going to be led by persons with disabilities because they're still invisible in our society and not getting the resources that they need. And young girls and young boys are still without education. And we also are led by the LGBTQ+I community, which is still being discriminated against. And our NGOs, our families, we're saying the pandemic, gender-based violence is a pandemic. But what is the actions? What are we doing as society to change that particular narrative? And then we're going to be on that steps of Artscape. And Jimmy Nevis, who wrote a song, P-R-E-Y, that says, why must women all the time be so scared in South Africa to be raped, to be killed, and to be preyed upon? And those are the things that we are asking ourselves. So the dialogue is not comfortable. It's uncomfortable.
Sure, and that's the thing, hey? The dialogue really is uncomfortable. But still very necessary, I think. We've been having a lot of reflective conversations on this particular show this year because of all of these milestone markers that speak to the history of South Africa. And one thing that's come out evidently clear, Dr. Marlene, is the fact that the conversations are still very necessary even in today's social context, perhaps even more necessary in today's social context, and that art in itself, in all of its various disciplines, has a big role to play in bridging that dialogue and ensuring that everybody is invited to reflect and to have a say in what happens now.
Yes, and it's so important. Like, for instance, on the 8th of August, we use the space because it's a government space for arts and also for dialogue and to bring people together that would normally not get together. So on the 8th of August, we again honoring another woman who is Mildred Lucia. And she is 93 years old. And that time, when it was the march in Pretoria, she was part of the organizers in Cape Town. So we can't forget her. So we're bringing her to Artscape to tell the world and to our young people that we say, come be part, don't sit on the periphery. Come be part of this discussion at 2 o'clock on the 8th of August. That Lucia tells you why women have stuck to the streets for injustice, but what is our challenges are, what it is now, where are we now? We're facing marginalized communities. We look at gender-based violence, femicide, and we ask ourselves, what are we doing in our homes? What are we preaching on our pulpits? What is our culture saying to us? Must we still be submissive? Does the man owns the woman's body? All of these things we need to talk about. And on display will be Women for Change under a casket, a wood and beaded manifestation of their award-winning campaign, bringing South Africa's GBV and femicide crisis to the global stage. So it's, people say, why are we doing this? They must say, we must do it. Because women are being killed every single day in our country. We can't be silent.
And we certainly cannot be silent at all, Dr. Marlene, and especially I think as creators, as artists, as folks who really hold a reflection of society and are custodians to some degree of the lived experience of societies through the ages. We need to reflect the good and the bad. And walk us through the program for the 20th installment, the 20th edition of the festival. What does that look like, and the vision behind the program for this year?
We started from last year already because we knew it's going to be the 70th. We have Every Woman Textile artwork, which is 2 artworks that is hanging in Artscape, which was unveiled. And it's from women from all walks of life that sat every Saturday, Sunday, working together on the squad. It's beautifully because it's also changing the theatre space to say the theatre belongs to everyone. This afternoon we had a lunch hour concert with women from the communities, and it was absolutely fantastic. It was full to the brim. The 7th and the 8th of August we have Fab Drag. Yes, drag queens must be on our stages. They are part of our society, but they're brilliant artists. So the artist that's going to be is Manila Vontees, as well as Kat Kaladi. We have Mitchell Darling, who sings and dazzles, beautiful vocals. And we actually dedicating this particular ad for our show to Solly Philander and Alfred Rickman, who's part of our theatre communities. We then moved to Bottleneck Breek Beck, who she's an author, a groundbreaking novel that we have now put into a production which we produce, that makes its way from being a book to a stage, and it's going to feature asterisks of belonging. Where are we now? Also with our identity. Then we have voices in unison, and we're a nation of singing, as you know. It's like we have choirs all over, and choirs keeps us going. So on the 8th at 4 o'clock, we're going to hear the performance of choirs, Maranatha male choirs. Yes, we bring males also as part of this discussion. The universities are also part of it. The Cape Peninsula University Choir, the Stellenbosch University Choir, the Cape Town Choristers, the Cape Malay Choir, the Treble Clef, the Katamia Chamber Choir. And why am I saying this? Because the nature of singing is teamwork and coming to know each other. And the 5th of August, that is tomorrow, we are having 1,000 women. It's Women's Month, joining 1,000 women, Trust for an Empowering Creative Experience, and women in our Chandelier foyer is going to exchange their experiences. Then on the 8th and the 9th, a wonderful production, Kom Fitna Saam Meryl Dia. It is Celeste Matthews and Kyra Fredericks, and they're talking about their communities, their resilience, and through humor, they're highlighting the challenges that women are facing in their communities, and they're also highlighting what are we doing in our homes. So it's reality. Then we, on the 13th and the 14th, we have Healing Together, Reconciling Masculine and Feminine. We're giving tools, having a workshop with males and females. How do we speak to each other? It's a 2-day immersion experience of experimental sharing and being deeply listened to. We want to ask males, do you feel, what is it? Because they also tell us they are not being listened to. Not all males rape, not all males abuse. We say, come, let us talk together, that we gain respect for each other and shifting to healing in South Africa. And then on the 14th, we're also going to have the wonderful Tandy Swartboy celebrating a decade. Marks 40 years of Tandy Swartboy extraordinary contribution to South Africa arts and culture. This is going to be a milestone of artists, of women artists, showing the world this is who we are. Then we have Rachel Kolisi, our Falling Forward official documentary screening. It's going to be on the 15th of August. So what are we saying? We're saying just for the mere of being a woman, no class, know how poor you are, which area you are. Somewhere, somehow, you got abused, so we put your story on so that we can learn and listen. And then we also have about menopause. We also have a screening of, because we are menopausal, I'm 59 years old, I'm menopause, my dear. So we also talk about menopause, real issues that women are facing. And also that the workplace also don't look at that in particular. You know, it's like everybody's trying to ignore. They will say, oh, she is now just throwing a tantrum, you know, but when that glut is coming, it is coming for you.
Absolutely.
And those are the things that we have put on the stage as our events to say, this Women's Festival, it's a difference. It's the reality.
It definitely is a festival that is curated to cater for a variety of conversation and reflections. Dr. Marlene LaRue, let's leave it there for this afternoon. CEO of Artscape Theatre and Disability and Women's Rights activist, and of course the 20th anniversary of the Women's Humanity Festival as presented by the Artscape is taking place in Cape Town. A quick pause and then we come back on the other side and we catch up with another artistic voice. And before we get to reflecting on the F&B Art Joburg, we're going to reflect on some devastating news that has just hit the arts community a moment ago.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Deciding to skip the gym may cost you that smoothie reward, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 48-year-old Sylvia saves an incredible 802 rand a month on her 2019 BMW X1. Switch to Outsurance today and you too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed FSP and T's and C's do apply.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years, women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, as we get into this conversation in anticipation of the F&B Art Joburg, the 19th edition, which is returning from the 4th to the 6th of September with F&B Art Joburg Director Mandla Sibeko, it's only but befitting, Mandla, that we begin our conversation by just reflecting on visual artist Thokozani Madonsela. I just went on the show live, multitasking, catching on social media, and I see Dr. Tebe Ikalafeng paying tribute to Thokozani, and I was left mouth ajar because what an incredible soul. Afternoon to you, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me, Bridget. I also just received the news a few hours ago. What a loss to the community, and be very saddened by what we've just heard. And and thank you for paying tribute to Thokozani.
Yeah, it's, I think we all just, it was unexpected, all just really just trying to settle the dust on these news. And I know I put you on the spot, but because you are somebody who's so entrenched both professionally and personally in the visual arts community, I know that your paths would have crossed with Thokozani, they would have crossed with his work over the years. And so we couldn't begin to talk Art Joburg without really just reflecting on this particular artist. Let's talk Art Joburg. It's the 19th edition. It's a highlight for you, for the team, for the art community. One of the most anticipated art gatherings on the social and I think professional calendar for most art appreciators and practitioners.
No, absolutely. Look, it's really exciting that we've been around for 19 years, and also we can be proud that Johannesburg as a city gave birth to the first contemporary art fair in Africa, for that matter. So we did this long before everyone else, and that has given us the opportunity to really sharpen who we are and what we do, and also just to position ourselves as being the first, by embracing the rest of the continent long before everyone else did, long before the Americans or the Europeans were even interested in African art. So I would like to start by thanking the community of Johannesburg for pioneering this and for supporting this and for being ahead. So often people in this part of the world get attacked for being xenophobic, for being all sorts of things. But actually, you think back to that, Johannesburg was a city of all the cities that opened up to the rest of the continent. So this year, we not only just celebrate 19 years, but we celebrate 19 African countries that will be here, you know, from who've been coming, who've been looking for markets and who do find a market in Johannesburg. So we are very, very excited that we have managed to sustain this, and we hope that we can keep it going.
Absolutely. You know, and I think 19 is a wonderful precursor. I'm a believer in celebrating, you know, the year before the big rounded milestones. So we celebrate 19 as a way of us getting into, counting down into the 20th, which no doubt is going to be spectacular. But you also celebrate 19, you know, on the back of some other milestones. I was just talking to the Artscape before you, on the back of other historic milestones that have taken center stage in the greater Gauteng, in the greater South Africa. And not to mention that Johannesburg in itself observes 140 years as a metro. So I'm anticipating it becomes a mammoth task for you and the team in terms of how do you begin to curate and streamline or distill all these conversations to be housed under one big exhibition.
Absolutely. Look, I often say that the weekend of the art fair is the biggest collection of African art you'll ever see in your lifetime. So that's already exciting. But Joburg makes it so much easier, given the history, as you said, that it's been there for 150 years. It's pioneered so many things long before our time. But also, I can't really think of any city that is so amazing as Johannesburg. You know, I said to people, I don't know of any African city where you could possibly be looking for a ticket for theater and you cannot find any because they're sold out in one weekend. Where is the city in Africa other than Joburg where we sell out tickets just like that on performances, Market Theatre, Joburg Theatre? So I'm not only just reflecting back to the visual arts, I'm just looking at the cultural side of Johannesburg. And I think what the art fair does do is allow us to embrace that. And with us starting a program for other people who are actually doing amazing things, we do this program called Open City, which is really about our city being open, that it is an amazing city, that there are so many people who actually choose to do art as a full-time career, and it is a choice. And we celebrate them. And then, of course, during the weekend of the art fair, we have a huge lineup. I mean, when you're walking into the fair, there's just so much to do. So I'm often like amazed at how much work it takes to get to the art fair. It does take you a year to put the content together. So I hope that people will come in numbers and enjoy themselves.
Absolutely. I love what you say about Joburg having always been opened and opened itself up to the rest of the continent and the rest of the world, because it somehow leads me to ask you around, you know, the role that art plays in shaping and reshaping African narratives, particularly through a global lens, and particularly for a country that, you know, was the darling of the world and is now seemingly going through a moment where it needs to perhaps reposition, rebrand, and to some degree even reflect on how it's perceived domestically and internationally.
Absolutely, and I think you've just hit on the nail, the issue. I think there is a need for our politicians to rely more on our arts and culture. I think our arts and culture is far much stronger than any other form of media, I say, in terms of just portraying who we are and where we come from and where we're going. And that's just, you know, and I look at Johannesburg and I say so often in its public relations, you never get to hear about all these great things that are taking place. You hear about the crime that we are known for outside, not only on the continent but around the world. People perceive Johannesburg as a place of crime, but they don't speak about the creativity, the innovation that comes from the city, and the mere fact that, you know, you've got people who are setting the agenda here. We're a working city. You know, the people who are here are making a difference to South Africa tomorrow. Very few places across the country I can say that about people. My others are at leisure. But in Johannesburg, we, you know, so just from a cultural perspective, I do think that we should rely more rely more on this community because there's so much more that we are doing.
In terms of the fair being, Joburg as just because it's beyond a fair now. In terms of Joburg being a place, being a marketplace, how important is that for the opportunities that it creates and unlocks as well within the cultural and artistic economies?
Absolutely. That is a very important part of what an art fair does. It is a marketplace. It is a place where people meet. I know so often people look at art as something nice to have, but it is a career for other people. It is what helps them put their kids to school and put food on the table. And I would like to drive that message through to people that they need to look at art beyond that, beyond the aesthetics, beyond the beauty of it, and just see that you're contributing towards other people's livelihoods. But of course, an art fair is a contemporary marketplace, and I often say there is a difference between an auction and a fair and the galleries, and then it's quite important to know the differences. So when you purchase an artwork from a gallery or you purchase an artwork from an artist, you're supporting a living artist. And so often when you support an auction, you may be supporting someone who already has the income, but you're not supporting the artist directly. So I do think that it's quite important that South Africans start to look at and understand a little bit more around how a market such as an art fair can really contribute towards the livelihoods of many artists. And I think especially the gaze around the world can shift. You know, there's quite a big interest on Africa. When that shift happens and they move on to China, to Asia, who's going to support these artists here in South Africa or in Africa? So we have to be the ones that support them. So I hope that South Africans can begin to put their money forward, you know, put their income towards supporting artists.
So important what you just highlighted, Mandla, because even myself, I've never really thought of it from that perspective, right? That the distinction of being at the fair and directly taking your money and putting it directly in the hands of an artist, you know, versus finding something already on the circular economy, on the secondary economy, where an artist is not really benefiting from that. But a collector is, and not to say there's anything wrong with that, but it just shifts your perspective a little bit as you highlight in the conversation that it really is about creating spaces that can sustain the livelihoods for artists, and this is one such vehicle.
Absolutely. And then also there's an educational component. We have an amazing talks program at the fair. We have different sections within the fair that can really educate you. And there's guided walkabouts where people can get on headphones and listen to a curator lead them through the fair. There's all these things that are hidden that people don't often know. They just know it's a fair, and then they don't know anything more than that. And then there's just so much more that if you can immerse yourself, you can be educated and learn so much around what it is.
And in fact, a perfect space for learning, right? Because we've spoken about the intimidating factor around these white cubes, otherwise known as museums and galleries, that in a fair you can disappear in the crowd, as Mandla says, with your headsets, with one of the curators in a one-on-one conversation with the artist or with the gallerist, or, you know, there's such a wealth of information being distilled to you that if you have any kind of curiosity towards this world but have felt intimidated, a fair becomes a safe sort of first step into getting more and learning more.
Absolutely. It is a softer landing. And we've packaged a program for you that really starts with the end of this month with BMW Art Generation, which will start with talks and programs and music. And a week later, it leads you to the fair. And during the fair, you have Open City. So there's quite a number of things that you could be doing during this time that we've put together as a cultural program to immerse you over the next 3 weeks. Well, not these coming 3 weeks, but towards the end of the month. in the lead up to the fair, just so you can have a much more softer landing than just arriving at a gallery or a museum without knowing what to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure catching up with you. So Friday, the 4th of September, that entire weekend until the 6th of September at the Sandton Convention Center. And you can get more information from artjoburg.com. They've got the comprehensive itinerary there for you. Or you can follow them on social media at FNB Art Fair. That was Mandla Sibego, FNB Art Joburg Fair Director, running us through this year, but also just the broader conversation around the artistic economy. 4th to the 6th of September at the Sandton Convention Center. I saw a post actually the other day that said, when you walk through a museum, you're not just looking at art, you're moving through centuries of people trying to explain love, grief, power, beauty, and belonging. What a beautiful way to surmise the contribution of the artistic and creative community. 2 o'clock is fast upon us. On Delambana is coming up.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, a learner dies after an altercation with another in Durban, and the Madlanga Commission hears testimony on the handling of Lieutenant Khumalo's case. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. A learner has died following a fight at a high school in Isithebe, north of Durban. According to reports, the learner was struck on the head during a physical altercation with another pupil and was left unconscious. IPSS Medical Rescue spokesperson Samantha Merrick provides more details.
Sadly, on arrival of paramedics, the student was found to have succumbed to his injuries. The scene was handed over to local SAPs who will investigate the matter further. Our sincere condolences go out to the friends and family of the deceased student.
Accused number 3 in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial, Mtobisi Mncube, says he was sleeping on the night former Bafana captain Senzo Meyiwa was killed. Mncube says the cell phone data and tower pings support his version. He is testifying at the High Court in Pretoria about his alleged involvement in Meyiwa's murder in October 2014. The state alleges that Mncube is the gunman who killed Meyiwa. Mncube admits he was in Vosloorus that day, but says he had already gone to sleep when the incident happened.
Commissioner, the message says it after asking Advocate Hlashwayo some questions. He says, I'm not that convinced that your case is that strong because it's not like the typical cases that we deal with of fraud. And he also says it to the accused when he grants them bail. He says one of the things that I've considered is this issue, and I'm not convinced about the strength of the state case as it stands, based on the address by the prosecutor.
We apologize for that incorrect soundbite there. The 3 people accused of the murder of Wanta Dlamini for insurance money in Barberton, Mpumalanga, have pleaded not guilty. The 3 are on trial in the Mpumalanga division of the High Court in Mbombela. Batabile Mthunywa, Stianama Shakeng and Nombuso Ndwandwa are facing charges that include premeditated murder, rape, kidnapping and defeating the ends of justice. The court heard that the accused conspired with Lambine's daughter, Nonhlanhla Mthunjwa, to kill her mother in 2020. Nonhlanhla and Batabile Mthunjwa are siblings. Nonhlanhla was convicted and sentenced to 20 years imprisonment after a plea agreement last year. The Madlanga Commission has said that the magistrate who presided over the first court appearance of Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officers was not convinced. The state had a strong case against accused. IDEC Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Peter Serunye, has testified that the magistrate made the remarks before granting bail, saying the matter was not a typical fraud case. Serunye is testifying about the prosecution's handling of the case involving the crime intelligence officer. A group of teenage girls who say they regularly experience extreme misogyny at school have sent a campaign film to the British Prime Minister calling for change. In the short film, the girls hold placards with comments boys have made about their bodies. The BBC's Megan Patterson has the details.
The short film begins by warning viewers the content is distressing. What follows is a list of violent, abusive and misogynistic language experienced by girls in the classroom and on social media. Much of the film is too explicit to share, but it includes threats of rape. Domestic violence charities say if attitudes are not challenged in school, they can lead to abuse in early relationships. The government said it was taking bold and decisive action to halve violence against women and girls, with changes being introduced from September to help teachers challenge misogyny.
Recapping the top story, a learner has died following a fight at a high school in Isitebe, north of Durban. According to reports, the learner was struck on the head during a physical altercation with another pupil and was left unconscious. Amandula Mara for SAfm News headlines at 2:30.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
"90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans."
Hello SAfm, my name is Kamachelo and I'm speaking to you from Cape Law Park. Congratulations to SAfm on celebrating 90 years of broadcasting excellence. For 9 decades, SAfm has informed, educated and inspired many audiences through credible journalism and meaningful conversations.
Voices may have changed. Times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years. The past speaks, the present responds, the future is listening. SAfm. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It's clear to see. I think it's time we confronted the situation in front of us. And I think it's time we talk it out and forget all the fuss. And if it's not me, I'll have to understand, and I'll be out your way. No drama involved, but if you feel it's me, if you feel I'm the one, you're gonna need to make a way for me to see. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. I know you're the one, I know our time will come. I feel you in my heart, I see you in my dreams, I keep you in my prayers. I think it's time you admit that I'm the only one for you, yeah. And I think it's time you let go of all your feelings. Just trust me, babe, 'cause I know you are. And I know this isn't what you're meant to do. You have pure intentions, what is the issue? So just open up and let me see inside. Maybe you should just put your pride aside. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. I know we can make it, baby. Take a chance on me. Let me show you good times, baby. Take a chance on us. Take a chance on us. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time you in my prayers.
I wanted to play this song yesterday, and then my technician, Mpo, and my producer, they did things. Anyway, I got to play it today. Elaine coming through with You're the One as we get into the 2:00 hour. She's in the building. Dr. Judy Pretorius is joining us, biomedical scientist and product developer. And remember last week, you were here. How are you doing, by the way?
No, I'm doing very well. I'm here to wake up everybody's fatigued skin.
Oh my goodness. And it's that time of the year. Speaking of fatigued skin, you were here last year with some of your lifestyle influences, and you were doing the
glycolic chemical peel.
Yes, the glycolic chemical peel, which I then found out from your team that you'll also dub it the lunchtime peel because it's so quick.
Very quickly, no excuse, you can actually even go for lunch afterwards. Very quick, but it's so effective. It's one of those treatments that is severely impactful, but in a good way.
Right.
It removes all the dead skin cells. It brightens the skin. It's good for, sporadic breakouts, pigmentation, and the most important one, anti-aging.
We're forever fighting the anti-aging. It really, really is good. I was very curious after she had her team here last week. So I popped by. I mean, for the first time in our 1-year relationship, I popped by Dr. Judy's practice, by the way, and I got a taste of the glycolic peel, and it was absolutely amazing. Don't I look good?
I wanted to interrupt you by saying, yes, Bridget, you need to update your passport picture, man.
I look fantastic. And I think because we're talking fatigue skin and transitional skin, we're coming out of winter, we're getting into spring, and obviously things happen and they affect our skin.
It's one of the reasons we need to talk about fatigue skin is the timing of the year. The second half of the year is we are already starting to feel the intensity of getting a few things done before the end of the year. And I mean, I can start with just the amount of WhatsApp groups that we are on from our kids' school. Sure. Teachers reminding us, remember this, and the extracurricular activities just from a personal point of view. And then we go from a professional point of view, the long to-do list there. So it actually increases our stress levels. It means that we have to have earlier mornings and more later nights. And this, unfortunately, has an impact on the skin. We struggle to fall asleep. We stay awake because we're making to-do lists in our mind. There are certain things that just keeps us awake. And the thing is about the human skin, your human skin is a diagnostic organ. And whatever goes wrong systemically and biochemically, and even from a physiology point of view, is going to show on your skin. And some of those things is we don't necessarily want to age prematurely because our lifestyle is now literally all over the place. But we do. So if we're stressed and we have a lack of sleep and perhaps added sprinkles in there of perimenopause and menopause as well, then it can actually be so much worse. So a stress lifestyle, a fatigue lifestyle is going to have an effect on the skin, not only in terms of premature aging, but you're going to have that ashy, dull appearance. You're going to struggle with puffy eyes and even dark circles around the eye areas. There will be delayed wound healing, for instance. And even worse than that, if your inflammation starts to increase, then you're going to have inflammatory skin problems like eczema, for instance, and rosacea and psoriasis. So there's a whole cascade of events of things that can take place just because we are tired, and it's going to show on our skin as well.
And it literally does, because as you're talking, I'm thinking about, grew up, our moms will always say to us, don't wear your problems on your face. Because it's more than just the sad expression. You literally, it manifests in other ways. When you said dull looking skin, I'm thinking about, you've seen it with friends and family sometimes who you can just see that, okay, you're going through a lot at the moment.
Exactly, and one of the things that in my career surprised me the most, if people go through quite intense trauma, for instance, death in the family or even divorce, I've seen that some people actually start to develop vitiligo. For instance, these complexion indifferences patches on the skin. I've seen that the dehydration sometimes is so intense, especially after death in the family, is so intense that when you look at someone, it looks like they literally aged 10 years.
Sure.
The biochemical parameters and even the circulation that from your veins, your blood vessels to your skin, the amount of nutrition that it actually delivers to the skin is depleted completely. The collagen and elastin fiber synthesis that keeps your skin elastic and densified is now also compromised. So there's this immediate sagging that takes place. So just goes to show that yes, sometimes the severity of life, the stress of life, the traumas of life will show on your skin. And it's like you say, you wear your emotions on the skin, and this is so, so very, very true.
Sure. 0614104107. By the way, Dr. Judy is in the house. I didn't get to remind you in the first hour that she's always here, and we always theme the conversations, but she's always quite willing to give you a little bit of guidance if you are challenged with something that is physical, emotional, diagnostic, and somehow it's playing out on your skin, or you suspect that it's playing out on your skin. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line, or you can give us a shout on 086-000-2032. As I always say with her, never, because you guys always wait until the last minute, and then she literally has 3 minutes to answer you. And you've learned that she can be very comprehensive, and I think that's what we enjoy so much, is that she's quite comprehensive in giving us context so that we understand that it's more than just the superficialness of skin. It's just, and also as I say that, I realize that skin's not really superficial, as we've spoken about all, these months, because it is your calling card. It is the thing that people see first, and so it's your point of confidence to some degree, or your point of discomfort to some degree.
Exactly. Never forget that the human skin is a very public organ. And a colleague and I earlier chat about if you're busy, for instance, especially now, really every hour of the day is busy. Then sometimes we neglect a healthy lifestyle as well. It's like grab and go meals, lack of vitamins and minerals and so forth. And I know that there are listeners that's going to ask, listen, is there something that we can do in terms of systemic health? So systemic health, yes, indeed. There's a lot that you can do, and also topical health. Just please refrain from being, let's call it, having a lack of motivation. And I've seen that before, is if we're so busy, then there's sometimes a lack of motivation to do something about the skin. And typically I would like to say, maybe I've seen this with individuals who struggle with depression, for instance. There's this lack of motivation of taking care of their skin and so forth. So in this particular instance, because you're busy and a busy lifestyle, there can also be a lack of motivation. But there are things that you can do to incorporate. And one of the things that people are very interested in, and listen to this, is intravenous treatment. So literally an IV treatment that you can go for. And that basically includes all the vitamins and minerals that you need. There will be a immediate systemic absorption. It's healthy. It will boost your overall immunity. And then there are some ingredients like glutathione, for instance, and even kojic acid that will just revive the skin again, make it nice and bright again. And both of these ingredients, especially glutathione, becomes a very powerful antioxidant as well, just to help you stabilize your immunity again. And some of these ingredients even help very well to stabilize your blood sugar and your if you're hypertensive, it can reduce that as well. So that's something to consider. Just go to the right place where there's a medical doctor, please.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back on the other side. 061-410-4107. We're in studio with Dr. Judy Pretorius, and we're talking health and wellness. Today, we're focusing on fatigue and skin, but the doctor's in the house, so anything goes. As I see the WhatsApps coming in, 061-410-4107.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Durban is ready. Southern Africa is coming together. This August, South Africa proudly hosts the 46th SADC Summit in Durban, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration, and sustainable development. When we work as one, trade flourishes, investment grows, jobs are created, and families enjoy opportunities. The 46th SADC Summit. One region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
The voices of yesterday meet the questions of today. SAfm 90 years. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
20 past 2 o'clock. We are chatting with Dr. Judy. She's in the house. So if you do have some questions or something that you want to clarify about your skin, you're more than welcome to send us a voice note, send us a message, 061-410-4107. You're talking about IV drips.
Indeed.
And I know when seasons change, people like to do IV drips, or if people are feeling fatigued, feeling down, people do IV drips. And then I've done some reading. I tried it once or twice, and then I did some reading. It seems like the jury is half and half about the benefits of IV drips.
Look, what I can tell you, I'm going to be a firm believer. Go for it. Maybe it's because I don't like to physically eat fruits and vegetables. Maybe that is my way of making me feel better. Yeah. But I've seen two things. What I like about IV. So IV means intravenous application, and you get another one where maybe a doctor will tell you, I would apply or inject you with a product that's IM. In other words, directly into the muscle.
Oh, okay.
So what's interesting, as we grow older, sometimes if we drink oral tablets, like oral vitamin B complex tablets or effervescence and so forth, it's as if systemically not even that can be absorbed or adsorbed into our bodies.
Okay.
So then the other flip side of helping the body actually uptake some of these vitamins and minerals is through injection, either IV or IM. And then if you inject some of these individuals, and I nearly said patients, with a nice vitamin B complex or vitamin and mineral complex, then you actually do get good systemic absorption. I mean, there's ways that we measure it. We see there's a deficiency typically with a vitamin B deficiency or D deficiency, and you supplement with IV and IM, and it goes up. So it just proves that it does go up, it does increase, and you see things, like vitamin B12, for instance, plays a huge role in memory, just you and my daily memory. But as we grow older, we lose a lot of natural vitamin B12, and if we supplement that with, in my opinion, IV or IM, then at least memory loss and these type of things can be controlled a little bit more. So I am a believer. The only thing that I would say is where you go, because never underestimate that if you can go to a wrong place, that's not controlled or supervised by a medical practitioner, then you don't necessarily know what products are injected into you. So just go to the right place, and then you'll see. You'll see. It's as if your immunity is boosted. I've never actually, experienced when I was injected with a nice vitamin B complex. It's that day when you go for it, your energy levels are really quite high. So I like to go and gym afterwards because I feel like the energy levels are very high. It's good for me. It's good for the immunity. And you know what? It's great for your skin.
We got a wellness center right here at SABC. I'm going to get to my B12. Let's go to WhatsApp, 061-410-4107.
Hi, this is Bridget. Great to hear. What a beautiful show. I just want to say, every time you have a conversation with Dr. Judy, it just gives me goosebumps because it's so insightful. It helps us a lot. I remember a couple of weeks back, I had to run around all these cliques looking for something like it's a woman lotion, like turmeric, whatever. And my partner was looking for it, and she said to me, "You're not going to come back home without that." And we couldn't find it anywhere. So I just wanted to find out from the doctor, is it good for the skin, or because it was finished, it was stocked out from every clique? So is it good? Turmeric, is it good for the skin?
Good afternoon, Bridget and Dr. Judy. All I need right now is to visit Dr. Judy. If you can just provide us with some information, where can we find her? I need her as in now. Monde from the van.
Greetings and thanks for the show. Just a concerned mom, what do you suggest for 15-year-old teenager suffering with eczema? Eczema just in the joints. I am trying the moisturizing method, just moisturizer with petroleum Vaseline and tissue oil mix. It seems to be helping to keep the skin and that area hydrated. However, it's not doing the full job. Please help. Thank you so much for having the show.
I'm going to hand it to you.
Okay, let's start with the first one, turmeric. Love turmeric. Love, love, love turmeric. Not only in topical products, but definitely also orally. So here's the thing, if people are willing, in the morning they can prepare a solution with the following. Go for about 200 milliliters of water, a teaspoon of turmeric, a teaspoon of ginger powder, a big spoon of apple cider vinegar, a big spoon of lemon juice or squeezed lemon, and maybe a little bit of mineral salt, like just a sprinkle and a sprinkle of black pepper, and a big spoon of cinnamon. And then you mix that, and then you drink it quickly. Not only will you physically feel that day in a good space, you'll start to see some nice results in terms of brightening on the skin. Why do I like turmeric in skincare products? Because it's great for pigmentation. It's just we like to use purified turmeric or cumin and so forth. And when you apply that in topical products, it really makes a huge difference for pigmentation.
Don't sprinkle turmeric from your spice cupboard all over your body.
Yes, people will notice. And then they'll think you have jaundice or something.
Right.
Then with regards to where can people get a hold of me, they can just visit our website at biomedicalemporium.com. All the details are there. And then lastly, the question about a 15-year-old child with eczema in the joints. I would definitely say kudos to you, Mom, keeping it hydrated and moisturized with like tissue oils and so forth. However, my biggest advice would be try to get your hand on like a Bio Baby nappy cream that's really packed with zinc, ceramides and peptides, and just apply it onto that breakout patches areas. That would be my first advice. And secondly, I've really seen some significant results if you put kids and adults on high concentrations of vitamin D. So my advice is for his age would be typically around about 2,000 IUs of vitamin D per day to boost the immunity up until you get a breakthrough and see some of these patches actually go away.
You know, when we talk about the baby bum cream, people always think we're lying. And she says baby bum, and I use it now on my hands and my lips and all over because of this woman. And I've had friends who've been using it for years, and I never believed, but now I'm a believer.
It's a definite must. It really makes it occludes your hands, and remember we age fast on our hands as well. So apply that especially before bedtime at night. Apply it on your heels if you struggle with cracked heels, for instance. And definitely where I like to put it in is what we've just mentioned. Remember, some of these baby bum creams are given to children who already struggles with some very bad diaper rash. And I mean, people don't know, if you don't have kids, diaper rash can really get out of hand quickly, and it's very painful for a child. So that tells you if you apply the right diaper cream, like a Bio Baby nappy cream, for instance, and it occludes the skin and it calms the skin down, it can literally change something from a superficial wound to a calmer skincare environment. And that's why this is my advice for someone who struggles with eczema on the body.
We've run out of time. Onden Labana is standing by. Unfortunately, guys, sorry for you. Dr. Judy, thank you so much as per usual. You can find Dr. Judy and her team on social media. They're under at Biomedical Emporium, and they're very active there as well. And as you heard, you can go to Biomedical Emporium's website and get all the details for where she's at, as well as where all her other partners are at, because there's only one Judy, but there's a whole network of people that she's educated. 2:30 on Delambana is coming up.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has issued a stern warning to construction mafias that disrupt and delay the construction of public infrastructure, saying such behavior will not be tolerated. The Madlanga Commission has heard how IDEC's Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Peter Serunye, prepared a list of written questions highlighting concerns about the investigation into Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officials. And Ukraine has carried out a series of further attacks on logistics, warehouses and all infrastructure in Russia overnight. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Text me when you get home. Share your location. Don't walk alone. These are the words South African women hear every day. Not because they're careless, but because violence has taught them to live this way. Imagine if the first lesson we taught our daughters was confidence, not caution. Hope instead of fear. This Women's Month, let's build a South Africa where every woman can live, work, and thrive in safety. Together, we can end gender-based violence and femicide. Brought to you by the GBVF Response Fund, in proud partnership with the SABC.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Tuesday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner right here on SAfm. Today we're talking about taking care of our ears and protecting our hearing. Do you use earphones or headphones to listen to music, watch videos or play games? Do you think listening to a very high volume is good for your ears? Why is it important to give your ears a break after using earphones for a long time? What are some ways you can take good care of your ears and protect your hearing? And if your ears started hurting or ringing after using earphones, what do you think you should do? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nessisa and my surname is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I'm 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. Yes, I use headphones sometimes to listen to music and watch educational videos. I usually set the volume to medium. It should be loud enough to hear clearly, but not so loud that it hurts. No, I do not think listening at a very high volume is good for our ears because listening at a very high volume is not good for our ears. It can damage our hearing and make it hard to hear properly later. I think it is important to give our ears a break after using headphones or earphones for a very long time because it is important because our ears need rest. If we use headphones or earphones for so long, our eyes can get tired and the loud sound can hurt the inside of our ears. Some ways that we can take good care of our ears and protect our hearing is keep the volume low, about 50 to 60%. Use both earphones instead of just one. Take breaks every 30 to 60 minutes. Don't share headphones to keep them clean. If it is loud, move away from the noise. If our ears start hurting or ringing after using headphones, I usually stop using the headphones or earphones right away. I should rest my ears, tell a parent or teacher, and if the ringing doesn't stop, I should go see a doctor. Thank you everyone for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maya and my surname is Michael. I am registered at the school of Brixton Primary School. Yes, I do use earphones and headphones to listen to music, watch videos, and play games. I set the volume in a medium, average, or too loud. No, I don't think listening to a very high volume is good to your ears. So that your eardrum can cool down, because if you put a lot of a higher volume and it's deep inside your ear, your eardrum can get ruined and damaged. I would prefer not to use headphones or earphones, because if you keep on using them, your eardrum gets damaged. Better if you use them, put them in a low volume so that you can still hear and you can still have the same hearing as before. I would go to the clinic to get a checkup on what's happening to me, because I really don't know what's happening. Maybe the sound has already affected my eardrum. And thank you, my lovely. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. Bye. Mwah.
My name is I'm in grade 6A. I got to person from school and I'm 12 years old. Yes, I use headphones to listen to music, watch videos, or play games. Only by maybe 25, but not too high. I only set the volume until 25. No, listening at very high volume is not good for your ears. Because sometimes after using it, you can see every time you use headphones, your ears you find it sweating. And mostly your ears will be paining too much. You won't be able to hear nice. You might hear a ting going deep. But earphones, also you have to make sure it mustn't be painful. You need to make sure your ears have a time and a break. You should do the good thing for you to take good care of your ears and protect your hearing is to make sure you only use the headphones maybe 10 minutes or even 20, but not for a long time. You might just let your ear rest for a little bit and make sure when you're done, just clean your ears, wash your ears with water and make sure it's nice. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Good day. My name is Renee Angel Nangolvera. Yes, I do use earphones to listen to music or watch videos, play games, and maybe watching movies. I usually set the volume to about 50 to 60%, so it's loud enough for me to hear, but not so loud that it hurts. No, it is not good to listen at a very high volume when it comes to your ears, because loud sound can damage the tiny cells inside your ears, and that damage is permanent. You can't get that hearing back. It's important that you give your ears a break after using earphones for a long time because your ears get tired just like any other part of your body. So taking breaks helps to prevent ringing in the ears and hearing loss. Some ways to take good care of your ears and protect your hearing are following the 60-60 rule. So basically you listen at 60% volume for no more than 60 minutes, then take a break. You turn the volume down in quiet places. You use noise cancelling headphones so you don't have to turn it up, and don't share earphones with other people. If my ears started hurting or ringing after using earphones, I think I would stop using them immediately and give my ears a rest, because if the ringing doesn't go away or it hurts a lot, I would then go and tell a parent or go see a doctor to check my hearing. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Hi everyone, my name is Alana Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I do use earphones or headphones to listen to music, watch videos or play games. How loud do I usually set the volume? I set it up until it's reached the end. No, I don't think listening to very high volume is good for your ears because your ears might get damaged. Why is it important to give your ears a break after using earphones for a long time? Because you might get your ears damaged and you must learn to not set the volume until it's reached the end because it's not good for your ears. What are some ways you can take good care of your ears and protect your hearing by avoiding to use headphones or earphones for a long time and do not set the volume up high? If your ear started hurting or ringing after using earphones, avoid using earphones and setting the volume up high. If it hurts a lot, make sure you go to the doctor and get checked because you might lose your hearing skills and you might get your ears damaged. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Many of us enjoy using earphones or headphones to listen to music, watch videos, or play games. They make it easier to enjoy our favorite songs and shows, but it's important to remember that our hearing is precious and we need to take good care of it. Listening at a very high volume is not good for our ears. Loud sounds can damage our tiny hair cells inside our ears that help us hear. Once these cells are damaged, they cannot grow back. That's why it's best to keep the volume at a safe level. A simple rule is, if someone standing next to you can hear the sound from your earphones, the volume is probably too loud. Our ears also need regular breaks. If we use earphones for a long time without resting, our ears can become tired. Try taking a short break every hour and spend some time without headphones. This gives your ears a chance to recover and helps protect your hearing. There are many ways we can take care of our ears. Keep the volume low, don't wear earphones for too long, keep your earphones clean, and never put sharp objects like pens, matches, or cotton buds deep inside your ears. It's also a good idea to wear ear protection if you're around very loud noises. If your ears ever start hurting, ringing, buzzing, or feel blocked after using earphones, stop using them straight away and let your ears rest. Then tell a parent, guardian, or another trusted adult. If the ringing or pain doesn't go away, it's important to visit a doctor or healthcare professional to have your ears checked. Friends, we only get one pair of ears, so let's look after them every day. Enjoy your music and games, but remember to keep the volume at a safe level. Give your ears regular breaks and tell an adult if something doesn't feel right. Healthy hearing helps us learn, communicate, and enjoy the wonderful sounds of the world for many years to come. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory. Drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert. Stay alive. Check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, in our final conversation this afternoon, we're catching up with Professor Dirk Coetzee, who's a professor in political sciences at my alma mater, UNISA, and we're looking at how South Africa works, understanding what you're voting for and how councils are formed, how mayoral elections and local decisions are made, and how these inevitably affect you. We know that the Electoral Commission of South Africa held its final voter registration this past weekend, and all, of course, ahead of the local government elections that are taking place come the 4th of December. So as we gear up towards these elections, we thought we'd start using, or rather, what did I say, December? Oh, November, look at me. 4th of November is that election date. So as we gear up, we thought that we'd start using this pocket of conversation, how South Africa works, just to educate ourselves further around matters of governance and leadership in the country. Prof, how are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon. No, thanks very much. No, I'm doing quite fine.
Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Let's get to the crux of the matter. Let's look at understanding municipal councils, for instance, how those are formed after the local government elections are held.
Well, the election is indeed in order to establish these councils. We have different types of councils. But first of all, there's going to be we are going to the polls on the 4th of November, and we will have in some places 2 ballot papers, and in other places there are 3 ballot papers. But based on the outcome, the combined outcome of the 2, then therefore the number of votes that the party received in totality, as well as those candidates who won the wards, which is in a sense a second type of election, they come together very soon after the election, and then they constitute the local council, whether it's a metro council or local government council or a district council. So that is how they are established. They are called together by the municipal manager, and then the first session happens where the elections are taking place, where the mayor is elected, the speaker is elected, and the chief whip is elected.
You mentioned, Prof, that some places will have 2 ballot papers and some places will have 3 ballot papers. Maybe also let's educate ourselves around that. And I know obviously that is essentially the task of the IEC, but since we are here, just to take some liberties from you, why do some places have 2 and why do some places have 3?
Well, if you, for example, look at the big metros, there are 2, That is the one ballot paper is for proportional representation. It's exactly the same as what we have at the national level and at the provincial level. But then the second ballot paper is for ward councillors. So all the councils or municipalities have been demarcated into wards also. And there's an equal number of wards and proportional representation seats. So a person can stand in a ward, even an independent person can stand there, and then they stand to be elected for that particular ward. But you can then also be on a list for proportional representation, and then based on the percentage that the party receives, that will determine how many people on that list of proportional candidates will ultimately be identified. So that is for the bigger local authorities. For those in the rural areas, there's over and above this what I've just now explained. There's a third ballot, and that is for the districts, because this concept has been introduced after 1994, and that is that any person anywhere, even on a farm, as remote as it can be, will be under the authority of a district council. So a district council is established by bringing together, let's say, 4 or 5 local authorities of that region, and then they constitute at the second level district councils that are responsible for especially for the more thinly populated rural areas, and that is then where a combination of 60% are directly elected on the district councils, and 40% are coming from the constituent local authorities that constitute the district council. So it's a slightly more complex, but those people there that are living in those areas, they understand this.
Got you. And you mentioned obviously ward councillors and proportional representation, PR councillors. A lot of us have heard that terminology, PR councillors. What is the difference there between the two, perhaps?
Well, the ward councillor is responsible for that particular ward. And the wards have numbers. It's ward number 1, 2, 3, 4, up to in Johannesburg and in Tshwane and others, it goes over 100. So then that person is elected specifically for that particular area, which constitutes the ward. Normally, it's around about between 12 and 14,000 electorates or voters that constitute such a ward, and the wards are demarcated or identified by the municipal ward council or board, and they've done that already last December. They finalized this. So that person is therefore regarded as an individual candidate specifically for that geographical area or that ward. While PR is general. They don't represent a particular part of the municipality. They are actually party representatives for the whole area, for the whole local authority or the whole city or town, as collectively speaking. So it's these two categories, and what we tend to see is that the ward councillors are very much responsible for their looking after the interest of their wards, while the PR councillors are more responsible for being chairpersons and being members of the different committees of these municipalities.
Oh, I see. So it's almost as though the PR councillors are more in the administrative offices, overseeing all of that stuff, handling all of those municipal responsibilities, whereas the ward councillor is on the ground in the neighborhood and able to then tap in and assess to what the needs on the ground are.
Yes, that is indeed so. Although some of the parties, it's not part of the formal system, but some of the parties allocate also their ward councillors to specific wards. So they are, in a sense, in support of the ward councillor as a second or as a backup person, so that person is then not completely alone as the representative. But in principle, you refer more that they are there for the administrators. That's not the case. They are there for the oversight. Because the administrative side is under the guidance, the management of the city manager. And that's the officials that's responsible to do the actual work, whether it is fixing of electricity and water and cutting the grass and all sorts of things.
I see. Okay, so the PR councillors are really there more of an oversight capacity, representing their respective parties. And then ward councillors are on the ground, tending to the day-to-day needs of the constituents on the ground in community. And then obviously then there's the municipal council constituting of all of those administrative arms that really does the hard work. In terms of the elections now, mayors, for instance, you look at big metros, whether it's Johannesburg, pick a big metro in the Eastern Cape, and we've seen a lot of turbulence in as far as mayorships are concerned. How is a mayor elected, and to what degree do we as voters have a say in who occupies that seat? Because it almost seems as though we don't really have a say. We vote for particular party representation in our cities and towns and provinces, but we don't necessarily have a say in who becomes a mayor.
Yes, the mayor is elected at the first meeting of the council, immediately after the election. And as I said, it is called together by or convened by the city manager, who is as I just now said, is actually the main official, administrative official of the municipality. And then they are elected based on the numbers. What are the numbers of the different parties? And that includes obviously then also the ward councillors, because many of the ward councillors were nominated by parties. Very few are actually individuals and independents. They belong to one caucus. So Party A, for example, has PR members as well as more ward councillors together. They constitute the caucus of that party. So that determines what is the total number that they have in the council. And then, like any election, then there's nominations, and the candidate who get more than the majority of votes is the one who becomes the mayor. Now, when it is what we've seen lately, well, since 2016 specifically, is that there are around about just over 80 of these 257 local authorities don't have one party with a majority. They refer to that as hung parliament. And then they have to get together a group that can collectively constitute 50% plus one, and then they will have the majority in order to elect the mayor. So it was very similar to what happened with President Ramaphosa in 2024 in Parliament, the way in which he was elected as president. It's actually exactly the same process at local level also.
Got you. What happens now for folks that are still trying to understand in terms of what happens if no single political party wins an outright majority, which it seems like we are in the era of coalition politics, right? It looks as though we are set yet again with these local government elections to have multi-party representation.
Yes, that is so, but I've just mentioned the numbers. That's almost 80 are the ones that attract their attention, but the other 170 that have single-party governments, if you want to call it that, continue as one-party governments. They are not coalitions. So the majority are still like that. It will be interesting to see with this election, with the number from around about 80 will increase. And it's most likely that it will happen. But that is then what we have become known or aware of or used to in the cases of the metros that you've referred to, and some of the smaller councils also. And I think what is interesting is that there are actually two systems that the Constitution, not necessarily only the legislation, but the Constitution itself provides in terms of how the executive, the government at local level, can be constituted. The one is called an executive mayoral system, and the other one is called an executive committee system. And the executive mayoral system is the one where a mayor is elected, as I've explained now, and then the mayor constitutes the mayoral committee, or let's say the government of the local authority, the executive. And that is then where the coalition is supposed to be constituted. The executive committee system is where the council elects both the mayor as well as the mayoral committee. So it doesn't mean that it is a negotiated coalition. It is rather an elected coalition. And what is the outcome is that, or the result of that is that it's a type of a multi-party system which doesn't depend necessarily on different parties negotiating and coming to an agreement, but how they were elected by the council itself. And that tends to be more of a proportionally representative type of executive or mayoral committee compared to the mayoral executive mayoral system, which is a negotiated executive system.
It makes perfect sense, Prof. And I think you've definitely helped us understand in simpler terms. That was Professor Dirk Coetzee, Professor in Political Sciences at UNISA, and that's where we leave it for this afternoon. Ashraf is standing by to continue with the National Pulse. Tomorrow is such a special day for us on the show. Kathy was in conversation with Tim yesterday, today, and actually every single day. All the shows are going to be featuring special guests, and it's our turn tomorrow, so we can't wait because we have the living radio icon herself, Mom Shadow Twala, who's going to be guest presenting with us as we reflect on 90 years of SAfm and just years of broadcasting. So that's where we'll leave it. We'll see you tomorrow on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. Ondelambana is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories. Ramaphosa issues a warning to construction mafias, and a learner dies after an altercation with another in Durban. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. President Cyril Ramaphosa has issued a stern warning to construction mafias that disrupt and delay the construction of public infrastructure, saying such behavior will not be tolerated. He made the remarks during the official opening ceremony of the multi-million rand state-of-the-art King Nyabela Hospital in Middelburg, Mpumalanga. The president says during the first phase of the hospital's construction, a number of challenges were encountered, including intimidation by construction mafias and legal disputes involving contractors. He says government is taking steps to root out the construction mafias.
We cannot stand for the construction of hospitals, of clinics, of roads, of dams, or any public infrastructure being stopped and being disrupted to advance some individuals' financial interests. Ngoba bona bafuna imali, abafuna ukuthi kube nentuthuko esizweni. And we are going to stop that. We are going to root them out.
A learner has died following a fight at a high school in Isitebe, north of Durban. According to reports, the learner was struck on the head during a physical altercation with another pupil and was left unconscious. IPSS Medical Rescue spokesperson Samantha Marig provides more details.
Sadly, on the arrival of paramedics, the student was found to have succumbed to his injuries. The scene was handed over to local SAPs who will investigate the matter further. Our sincere condolences go out to the friends and family of the deceased student.
The Madlanga Commission has heard how IDEC's Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Peter Serunye, prepared a list of written questions highlighting concerns about the investigation into Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officials. Serunye testified that after receiving the 4-volume docket, he was not satisfied that the corruption charges against the accused were sustainable. He told the Commission that he later amended the charge sheet, reducing it to 2 counts, including a conspiracy charge under the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities Act. Serunye further testified that he repeatedly questioned why the senior police officials had been arrested and charged with corruption.
At the time, 16 August, that Saturday, I produced those queries and I raised a number of questions. I remember one of my questions to them is, why were these generals arrested? I couldn't understand. Or why are they charged with corruption?
Residents of Westbury in Johannesburg have gathered at the Mabaleng open grounds to call for an end to the ongoing gang violence that has claimed many lives and left families living in fear. The community says repeated shootings have not only claimed the lives of suspected gang members, but have also affected innocent residents, including children and teenagers caught in the crossfire. Community members say alongside stronger policing, greater psychosocial support is needed to help families deal with trauma, grief and the cycle of retaliation that continues to fuel the violence. They say many children who lose loved ones to gang violence grow up with feelings of anger and revenge, increasing the risk of continued violence in the community.
We need enough workshops to be held for parents to deal with grief, to deal with trauma, and also to deal with unforgiveness. Because unforgiveness, to be honest with you, this is the cause of what's happening. Because it's retaliation, it's death, and revenge after each other.
There's a young boy that is in school that lost his father and a squad. This child is sitting with revenge in his mind. You have a mother that's at home also angry. So say sit down, so ook met kwaad and say, where you dealing with a fight word. Somehow, there must be blood that needs to run because of my son's death.
Ukraine has carried out a series of further attacks on logistics, warehouses and oil infrastructure in Russia overnight. The governor of the Moscow region says 5 people have been killed and 10 others injured in a strike south of the capital. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg has the details.
Russian officials say that early this morning, an industrial park south of Moscow was attacked by drones. According to the governor of Moscow region, a fire broke out at a warehouse. Also, an electricity substation and an administrative building were damaged. There was also a drone attack near St. Petersburg. Russia's largest online retailer, Wildberries, confirmed that one of its warehouses there was on fire and that staff had been evacuated. And also, the governor of Tver region, that's a region between Moscow and St. Petersburg, he said that a Wildberries warehouse facility had been damaged there.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa has issued a stern warning to construction mafias that disrupt and delay the construction of public infrastructure, saying such behavior will not be tolerated. I am Onde Lambana for SAfm News, headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, do or die for Banyana today. Rugby greatest rivalry referees revealed and Navone beats Berrettini. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Hearing Bridget talk about skin issues, and some of those names are, of skin diseases and infection are so fancy. You'd think it's like you think it's something like you want to go and visit. It's like a fancy place. Just making the point there. Anyway, my name is Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. Thank you for joining us. But you're very much a part of the Pulse community. So really appreciate you sticking around with us for the next 3 hours. There's lots happening on the go. The Madlanga Commission absolutely is always center of attention. And we'll play some sound clips from some of the key moments there just now. Cape Town pushing for more policing powers. Let's try and understand that. Well, the Cape Town mayor will get a thought on that. And we'll talk about AI in indigenous languages to thwart disinformation. That all comes up later. First things first, March and March announcing the SA First Forum, basically a legal support for their supporters. We'll talk about that and the fact that they have been inspired by AfriForum with Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, and that comes up first here on the National Pulse.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. "90 years of conversations, recaptured, relived, and projected." SAfm.
Hi SAfm, happy 90 years of being a trusted voice, a definitely informing and educating one to South Africans out there across many generations that we've passed through by now. I am Mwalisi Karabo from NWU. I'm a presenter there at Mahikeng campus, and I'm wishing you many more years of impactful broadcasting. Bye.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAfm celebrates 90 years. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's get talking about not just March and March as we often do, but in this case here, let's talk about a new organization, in fact, inspired by March and March, and it's called the SA First Forum. So with me is Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, the leader of March and March. Much appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse, Jacinta.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Right. I mean, we know all about March and March. Well, what about SA First Forum?
Well, I think SA First Forum is the baby of March and March because it really seeks to deal with the legal side of putting South Africans first, and obviously dealing with the issue of illegal immigration and immigrants. Because you've noted that people have this belief that all our work starts and ends when we're on the streets, which is absolutely not true. We do so much more behind the scenes. I mean, we meet with ministers, we try and assist people in terms of their legal battles. So that's exactly what now SA First Forum is all about. It's really a formal structure that's more about making sure that South Africans are put first and going through the legal and formal routes to do so. We've got a number of people that have approached us already with things that they'd like us to help with. But I think our core principles are in making sure that the Constitution doesn't only serve those who have and leaves out those who do not have. And we want to make sure that we're at the forefront of that.
So let's be clear. That means, are you saying that this SA First Forum will provide legal support for, say, March and March and the vision? And I understand when you may be marching, there can be some grey areas. You'll provide the legal support for March and March. Or will it provide legal support for people, supporters, just anybody in the public domain who needs help, and you then can provide legal support for them? Which one is it?
Well, it's a mixture of both, actually. It's legal support in order to fight the cause that we're on currently, but it's also just to assist those South Africans who've got strong cases against the government that go against exactly what we're fighting for, which is to put South Africans first. So we've got a number of people who've approached us. I'm talking about lecturers, people who are doctors, and it's really just looking at it more of a holistic approach instead of taking like individual cases. It's more like cases that are from a number of people and ensuring that we protect the human rights of South Africans, and that is our core focus.
And these number of people you talk about, would you say that they inspired, someone like yourself to say, let's set up this legal structure? Which came first, the structure or the people approaching you to say, let's set it up?
Well, I could safely say that from inception, we've always mentioned that this is the route that we want to go to. Because, we've been inspired by looking at SAfmRadio and the work that they've done for their community. building schools and, making sure that whenever there's something that needs to be raised, they're there and they're using their legal, minds and legal abilities to make sure that the government is always kept in check. And we know that marching the streets is not the only way that governments must respond to the people. And we realize that they don't take marching as seriously as they do the legal route, for example. So we're going to be combining the two and making sure that South Africans have a voice not only through the streets, but also through the courts, because we know that foreigners also know our courts and know our laws very well, and they've been getting along or getting away rather with a lot of court judgments going in their favor without any rejection from the South African masses. So we're saying if ever there's a concern, for example, in the case of Chidima, and there's a number of South Africans who have shown concern to say we don't want that to happen, our voices also need to be represented in cases like that, because we don't want it to just simply be a cut and paste issue where we are being forced to accept things that we are not happy with as communities.
Interesting. You talk about being inspired by AfriForum, and of course you gave an example of the schools they built. But just tell me more. What is it about the workings and your understanding of AfriForum? What is it about them that so inspires you?
Look, I think unfortunately, Black people have had this problem of people representing them only to use that as an opportunity to elevate themselves or, financially elevate themselves. And we've seen this happening so many times, even with the politicians that we elect. People end up forgetting who the people are and who the people that they're serving are. So we know that if we had a structure that allows South Africans to come together and do something, we've got stokvels in our communities, but we know that stokvels is when people really are hoping to get something at the end of the year. At this time, we want that something to be something that's more solid for the future of the country. So it's not about self-gain. It's really about building things that are permanent, that we can all be proud of as communities, to say, okay, we've come together, we've built a swimming pool in this area. And, it's a culture that we need to also get used to. And, and in looking up to AfriForum, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the model of AfriForum. They've managed to get a lot of work done through people just really committing themselves and making sure that they finance the things and the change that they want.
So what do you understand then? What is it about the model and how they finance it that you can learn from?
I think one of the things, as I mentioned, is that one of the things is we know that they've got their own prosecutors. They don't rely on government to always be spearheading the litigation process. Our people have faced a lot of injustices when it comes to court cases that go against them, not because the case is weak or whatever, but because they don't get the proper representation that they deserve, because prosecution in this country is really Andrea Johnson type of situation. It's not something that we can be proud of. So as people, we're saying that, I don't want it to be a race thing, because we also are saying it's for all South Africans, but we predominantly want our black people in black communities to be the ones that get rewarded through this, because we are the ones that have been left behind. At least with AfriForum, that model caters for white people, and they have access to it, even though I know they do also help people of other races, but we want this one to be specifically for South Africans mainly, and then for black people predominantly.
Interesting. I mean, the same AfriForum that you admire, as you know, have lobbied the U.S. government against South Africa and what they perceived as a white genocide. Would you be doing the same thing in terms of lobbying abroad to try and put pressure on the same South African government for very, very different reasons that AfriForum has done?
Look, I think me giving credit to AfriForum for some of the things they did get right doesn't mean I'm taking away from things that I deem or we deem to be incorrect. I don't think that would be fair. And like all the time, even our movement gets criticized for certain things, but we also want to be rewarded where we need to be rewarded and credited. So me giving credit to AfriForum is on the basis of the things that I've highlighted. But our model is not about the international world, because this is one of the things that we complain about all the time, the international infiltration that we have in this country. If we can get proper South African business people who are running proper businesses to come on board and want the best for the country, and keep it as internal as possible, we would really be very happy with that, because I think our country is the way that it is because we've allowed ourselves to be manipulated from pillar to post in every country's problems. With Zimbabwe's problems, somehow we find ourselves in it. If Malawi is having problems, somehow we find ourselves in it. And this is what we don't want. We want people of South Africa to be prioritized in South Africa without having to feel like we owe someone from somewhere something. Point
taken. Two very short answers here. I mean, AfriForum has a massive subscription funding model. Would you do that as well?
Definitely, yes. And a model that is going to be transparent as well. Because we know that when it comes to money, people tend to either have their hands in the cookie jar, or people tend to want to demand, because I added my 100 grand, now I want this. No, we want a proper model that says when you give a subscription, this is what you get from it, this is what you must expect, and nothing more than that. Because I can now not live my life as Jacinta, because the minute I step outside, someone is going to say, oh, she's spending our money. So it needs to be completely removed from myself to be having a board of directors, etc.
To conclude, are we seeing the first steps of a political party? I mean, the ANC started as a protest movement in the first place. Are we seeing the first steps of or the second steps of a political party formation? Yeah.
I think we have enough political parties in the country. Really, I think people are spoiled for choice. I don't think us throwing our names in the bucket will also add any value right now. I just feel like we need a country that has sane South Africans and South Africans who know how to fight for what is right for them. And when that happens, trust me, even the political parties will decrease, because people will know what their options are and won't be, fooled from the left to right with anyone that pops up.
Would you endorse a political party? I mean, Action SA has been very praiseworthy of yourself, and I think about organizations like COSATU. They're not a political party, but they're in alliance with a political party.
Look, I think for me, I would endorse all the political parties who are pro-South Africans. And here's my model. I feel like, for example, in Gauteng, if people in Gauteng feel like one of the political parties that are pro-South African is political party A, whereas in KZN, people who are pro a certain political party feel like it's political party B, it doesn't mean that it must be confined to a certain political party. It means as people we need to get used to the fact that there are options. And I might like a certain political party, but I'm very cognizant of the fact that the particular candidates that have been chosen is not the person that I think inspires putting South Africans first, inspires working for the people. Therefore, I don't have to vote for that political party. Yes, I can love them, but we don't vote based on how we feel about people anymore. Let's vote on what is best for the country.
Okay, South Africa Forum first. South Africa First Forum putting South Africa first. Let's see how that plays out. Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Basson's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the Mother City, to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo eLife certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. #SASSA Cares.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
This morning to me, well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAfm 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, by the way, quick reaction from you. What do you make of that conversation with Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, specifically around the issue of SAForum First and its ability now to provide essentially legal advocacy for members and supporters of March and March and people who have their vision as well. And the point that you said, the AfriForum model is what's inspired, well, them or her. What do you make of that conversation? While you think about that, the Madlanga Commission resumed today. Senior officials from IDEC facing renewed scrutiny, in this case, of allegations of irregular decision-making and controversial investigations, as we know. So, IDEC's Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Peter Sarunia, testifying just days after the former IDEC head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, appeared before the Commission. We've picked out some key moments there. So, in this case here, Advocate Peter Sarunia says he was concerned that junior IDEC prosecutors were handling the case against Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo.
Even if Advocate Ramsamy was assisting Advocate Tlatrayo, it would be 2 junior prosecutors. Was that not a concern for you? For such a big matter, we're talking head of crime intelligence in the country and other generals at SAPS.
Commissioner Khumalo, it was a concern, and that is why I asked to go to court to assist. But I did not think of involving myself beyond that that point after the bail application was done, because I did not know why is this team so small. I did not know how it came about, but what I know is the case cannot be handled or done in the IDEC without the ID knowing. Therefore, I don't know how this team was composed, but honestly speaking, I didn't want to get myself involved why was this done? Why was not? Because I was not part of the team at the time.
You give the impression that you did not want to step on the ID's toes. You did not want to ask her difficult questions. So you said, if she made the decision, I will live with it. I won't even question it. That's the impression you are giving me.
And I'll agree to that, Commissioner. Because as the head of the office, you would have made decisions. I can't ask questions on, especially questioning how this team was composed. Why not involve me, or why not involving Advocate Polo, who was overseeing this? I at the time, I didn't ask myself many questions on the composition of the team, but it didn't look right to me that a case of this magnitude was, on the day of the arrest, handled by a junior.
And then Advocate Peter Sarunia explained the issue around the alleged fraud and corruption case involving Brigadier Dineo Makwele, as well as senior SAPS crime intelligence officials, and how that was handled, in fact. Listen to this.
When I would have expected Advocate Lachwayo to do the reporting to the ID. That is what we do when we come back from court, especially in this type of cases. This was a very big case. I mean, generals in the intelligence service, one would have expected a report to be given to the ID to say, this is how we fared, this is what happened, and the case has been postponed to such and such a case. Personally, I did not, at least at this stage, I did not make any report because I was not part of the case. My involvement was to help on that day, and I think I did my level best on that day, and that was the end of it.
Suppose the question is, I understand the report as it relates to what happened in court and where it landed, where bail was granted, conditions and all of that. But in this instance, what you knew that day was that there was no DD, there was no senior prosecutor. They certainly didn't appear to be ready for the bail proceedings. You had to step in as somebody who's completely not involved. This was run by the most junior prosecutor, you say, at the time. It seems to me that beyond the reporting about the progress of the case and what happened in court, there was other issues related to how the matter was being conducted that ought to have been reported.
True, but remember, I'm not designated to the team formally in terms of the relevant provisions of Section 28, and secondly, we have these non-disclosure forms that we complete. So I cannot go beyond trying to find out even about the facts and getting myself involved that much. My request on the day to the ID was to be allowed to go and help in court, and that was granted.
Right, let's do this. I need to get to some of the voice notes. I'll play quick reaction from you. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. Say hi to my princess there, Jacinta. She's the greatest of all time, and I really want to encourage her not to stop anytime, not to be influenced by politicians or later on bribe and do all these things. She must just stay focused, and thank you very much for coming up with that forum, the new forum they've just formed there. Indeed, I can say now we are heading to a right direction. Thank you very much, my lady. Thank you very much. May the good Lord bless you. Marumo Maike.
Thanks. Marumo's very clear what he thinks. Here's another.
Ashraf, it's good that Jacinta has come to and company, or Jacinta Etale have decided to have a legal wing of March and March, for lack of a better word. We have legal lawyers like Lawyers for Human Rights who refuse to take South African citizen cases. They say they can help you only if you are a foreigner. It's a good move. They are growing. I like it. I'm buying it. I'm on it. If there's a joining fee, I join. Thank you. Butinkonge Bonafide, the son of Indwe in the Eastern Cape.
Buti, where did you get that point? Lawyers for Human Rights can only help you if you're a foreigner. They cannot help South Africans. Why then would they not rename themselves some other name and not South African Lawyers for Human Rights. I mean, I listen, if I'm wrong, you must tell me, but I just think we often get callers and they make sweeping statements like that. It's just not true. Here's the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, prominent attorney Zola Majavu has refused to testify in the corruption trial of former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula. Nursing organization Denosa in the Northwest has welcomed a major legal victory for rural healthcare workers. The Joburg Labour Court has ordered the Provincial Health Department to pay an 8% rural allowance to an enrolled nursing assistant. And a mass funeral has been held in Gaza City for 112 people whose bodies were trapped under the rubble of buildings hit during an Israeli strike in 2023. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Tumi, it's a big day for Banyana, right?
Absolutely. It's definitely a big one for Banyana tonight. All or nothing, actually, in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations for South Africa as they face Burkina Faso in a must-win clash tonight at 10 p.m. Banyana are bottom of Group B with just 1 point from 2 games, while Burkina Faso are third and 2 points behind. In terms of the permutations, South Africa have to beat the West Africans to have a chance at progressing to the next stage. They'll also be hoping that Ivory Coast beats Tanzania in the other group match at the same time. However, if Ivory Coast and Tanzania play to a draw, Banyana will be knocked out regardless of a win. And if Tanzania beat Ivory Coast and Banyana also win, then the second place will be decided on goal difference between South Africa and Ivory Coast. So a bit of calculations needed tonight, but here's Banyana coach Desiree Ellis.
The games in the tournament are different, and this one is different as well, and it's a different challenge as well. You know, they've come and they've showed, the quality, they've showed the organization, that we focus on ourselves. You know, we know what we need to do. You know, we need to win the game, and that is important. And we can only do what we can do. We cannot control anything else outside of that. So, we win the game with goals. We give ourselves.
Football, the 2026-27 Premier League season will begin with a record 9 clubs under new permanent managers. Liverpool appointed Adoni Iraola after Arne Slot's dismissal, while Manchester City turned to Enzo Maresca following Pep Guardiola's resignation. Chelsea hired Xavi Alonso. Bournemouth brought in Marco Rose. Nottingham Forest named Oliver Glasner, and Crystal Palace appointed Pierce Sage. Fulham turned to Alvaro, while Ipswich Town hired Gary O'Neill, and Newcastle are set to confirm their new manager after Eddie Howe stepped down. It marks the biggest managerial shake-up in Premier League history ahead of an opening weekend. In terms of rugby, match officials have reportedly been confirmed for the Springboks blockbuster 4-test series against the All Blacks. Englishman Matt Carley will take charge of the opener at Ellis Park on the 22nd of August, with Georgian Nika Amashikela set for Cape Town a week later. Australian Agnes Gardner is lined up for the third test at FNB Stadium, while England's Carl Dixon is expected to handle the fourth in Baltimore. The same referees will reportedly oversee the All Blacks tour matches against South African clubs, beginning with Dixon in Friday's clash against the Stormers. World Rugby is yet to confirm the appointments, but the Bok camp is said to be comfortable with these particular selections. In terms of cricket, Ben Stokes says that he would absolutely love to coach England one day. Speaking for the first time since retiring from international cricket, the 35-year-old stepped down as Test captain after England's 2-1 series defeat to New Zealand in June, following a 4-1 Ashes loss to Australia. Now, Stokes confirmed his retirement is final, but revealed his long-term ambition is to return as England coach. He also suggested that Brendan McCullum might still be in charge of the Test side had Stokes not retired when he did. In tennis, Argentina's Mariana Navone advanced to the second round of the National Bank Open in Montreal with a 6-3, 7-6, 6-3 win over Matteo Berrettini. The 25-year-old saved 11 of 12 break points to claim his 19th win of the season, setting a new personal best. He next faces Valentin Vacherat for a place in the third round, and then in another match, Turkey's Zeynep Sönmez advanced to the second round of the National Bank Open in Montreal with a 7-5 and 6-4 win over Canada's Rebecca Marino. Marino was playing her first WTA Tour level match since September, but Sönmez converted 3 of 8 break points to seal the straight sets wins. She now faces 29th seed Maria Sakkari in the next round. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour. Ashraf, really hoping that Banyana does their job in terms of winning today's game, and the other calculations will sort themselves out.
Yeah, I think you're right. Bottom line, I mean, you are a team that's won the cup before, so it's not like we just want to go to the next round. Ultimately, you want to win the trophy. So first things first, do what you have to do, which is win your game. Yeah.
South Africa out of this world. They are champions for the first time. Machia's brace.
Africa's finest are ready to battle for continental glory at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations from 26 July to 16 August.
Linda Mutlalo, Israel is celebrating.
Don't miss the passion, the skill, and the unforgettable moments as Africa's best teams compete for the WAFCON 2026 title. Back Banyana. Watch WAFCON live on SABC.
That is it. That is the final whistle.
Catch all the action live on SABC2, SABC3, SABC radio stations, and SABC Plus. African Queens, live and loud on SABC.
One needed to win.
SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of WAFCON 2026. For the love of the game.
Smart business moves save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Stephen from the Villa Rosa.
I was with my previous insurer for 8 years and then I switched to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with the premiums and switching was the best decision we ever made.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
I tell you what, if you know someone who listens to SAfm in its various iterations from day one, like 90 years ago, I'd like to meet that person and take him or her out to coffee. You think you can find me that person? SAfm at 90. Who's the oldest person, living person, seriously, who listened the earliest time back? Maybe it's a good chase that we need to do and do this hunt for that person, don't you think? Right, we're going to, let's talk about the Zambian elections and let's look back at what happened before because it gives us a pointer to what happens now. Just to recap, Zambia underwent its third transition of power in 2021 following the democratic transitions from ruling to opposition parties in 1991 and then 2011, right? Now, there's important pointers that's come through from that, and there's been a survey that's been done. And these are important pointers ahead of the 2026 poll. So let's find out more about it with Dr. Nicole Beardsworth, who's a political analyst from Wits University. Dr. Beardsworth, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Right, so let's talk about it. First of all, I mean, the research that's been put out now by the Zambia Elections Research Network. Tell me about it and what's come through from there.
Sure. Well, it's worth saying that this survey is one that we ran from about June last year till December. So it's now a few months out of date. So we can only say with any confidence that the results held in around December last year. But some of the results that came out of it are really interesting. So what we found is that, importantly, in terms of voting intentions, about 55% of Zambians planned to vote for the current president, Hakainde Hichilema, who came into power in 2021. But it's important to note this was before the opposition had cohered around a single candidate. So what we see is that the field has changed quite a lot since December last year. But some of the other interesting findings that we have is also that the president is much more popular than his party, which is something that we often see. And also, there are quite high presidential approval rates in Zambia. In our sample, we found 79% of people approve of the president, which is quite remarkable.
All right. So let's start with the leadership. You're saying, in fact, there's still support for the leader, right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Did they explain why? What came through in the survey?
So what came through in the survey is that there are a couple of flagship policies of the president that are extremely popular. So, for example, after 2021, he brought in a free education program, which has been very popular. He also increased the money that was delivered to the constituency development funds, which is a kind of local development fund that operates in Zambia. And that's been really powerful in kind of decentralizing power away from the capital, Lusaka. And then there have been a few other major policy interventions, such as cash for work and social cash transfers, both of which have been really popular. So in South Africa, we might think of our kind of welfare programs as being quite unique. And in Zambia, these kinds of programs are intended as a kind of social welfare system to help people who are particularly struggling. So a lot of these interventions have been really popular, and I think this contributes to the popularity of the president. But it is worth saying, people were really unhappy about the economy. Not everyone, but a significant number of people. And so it remains to be seen how unhappiness with household economics is going to shape how people behave in the ballot box at the ballot on next Thursday.
And that comes up in a week. Did they, in terms of the survey, what did the survey say about the commitment to democracy? I say that at a time where, there are certain countries where there's been coups and there's the general thing like, especially when you mention the economy, that, democracy doesn't make us wealthier. Has there been, questions about democracy as a system and what have they said?
So we didn't ask specifically about that question, but confidence in democracy in Zambia is historically high. Zambians, according to the Afrobarometer data, also have some of the highest rates of belief in democracy on the continent. It's usually upwards from about 80%. And I think this rose in the wake of the 2021 elections. So Zambians have extremely high confidence in democracy in their country. It is worth saying, though, confidence in the freeness and fairness of this election is somewhat up for debate and is shaped by whether or not you're a supporter of the president and the ruling party or a supporter of the opposition. So most ruling party supporters expect that the election is going to be free and fair, with about 62% of them saying it's going to be completely free and fair, while only 36% of opposition supporters said the same. So we do see that partisanship shapes how people perceive the likelihood of a free and fair election.
Yeah, maybe understandable. Just lastly, is there, in terms of the results of that survey, is there anything that absolutely jumped off the page? It just stunned you?
Oh, I think for me it was the extremely high presidential approval rates. I mean, 79% is really quite remarkable, and it's almost unprecedented in Zambian history. So I think that's impressive, but again, this should also be taken with some level of caution, because what we do see in Zambia is a generally extremely high level of respect for the person of the president and the position of the president. So we do still sometimes see high presidential approval rates and then democratic transition.
Okay, and that's where we leave it. Appreciate your time, and let's see how that plays out at the upcoming election itself. Dr. Nicole Beardsworth, political analyst from Wits University, reflecting on insights from Zambia based upon a survey done, and this is, done a few months ago, but ahead of next week's Zambian election. You could well be from Zambia. In fact, are you from Zambia? If so, and you could be listening from Zambia now, Lusaka and other places, or you could be in South Africa and you have a thought on Zambia and that upcoming election, perhaps share your insights as well. I'd love to hear from you.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert. Stay alive, check your surroundings, and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez put his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Just quickly staying with that Global Watch theme. I mean, as you've heard on the news, a significant day with the remains belonging to members, 112 recovered family members from Gaza holding this mass funeral of 112 recovered family members. They belong to members of the Abu Sharia and the Al Husseina families, and they were killed in an Israeli strike on Gaza City's Sabra neighborhood back in 2023, in fact. The claim is that 308 lives in total, but in this case here, there's been this digging up to recover them, including, in this case, 40 children, 38 women, but this mass funeral now taking place today. Right, let's get your thoughts. And there's a lot, including March and March political party.
Afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Sweet on Watem. I'm happy with the answers that Jacinta has given in relation to the question of political affiliations. Indeed, she mustn't be affiliated to any political party, and she mustn't heed the call that says she must become the president of the country, of which there's a very little chance of it happening anyway, because the very same people who are calling for that, most of them won't even vote for her. If it happens, she becomes the president, they will in the end turn against her, because most of the people in this country expect the president of the country to babysit them. And we also know what happened to people like Mampela Rampela, who left their spaces of excellence and joined politics. Thank you.
That's a good point, Mampela Rampela, and what happened. Very short-lived, isn't it? And then she was gone. In fact, are you able to as AfriForum has done, are you able to influence the political space and the thought leadership and the public discourse better outside the political space or inside that? But if you're on the outside, how then do you, in fact, influence political thinking?
Ashraf, big up to Jacinta. It's a good formation. It will be a counterpart of AfriForum, Human Rights Commissioner. We must also learn from COSATU, not to align ourselves with the political party. We might end up losing the direction. Big up.
Okay, and there's a couple of more that I will pick up. Here we are.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Yes, listening to Jacinta. Yeah, man, you can hear, man. Jealous aside, man, you can hear that the lady, she is smart, man. She articulates things very well, and then there are no emotions. She just say it very smart. So, yeah, this country need a lady like her. We need a lady like her. Let's put other things aside, but wow, she's smart.
We need a lady like her is what you say. Do others agree as well? Right, more to come here on the National Pulse.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
In fact, after 5, later on, we'll be chatting about a recruiting drive to get 7,000 volunteers to assist with monitoring the upcoming local government election. Let's get to KZN now. And, just listen to the story. Over 4 years ago, 4 years ago, we had that devastating KwaZulu-Natal flood, right? Now, questions are being asked about what happens when temporary relief comes to an end. But families who were vulnerable then are still vulnerable and they have nowhere to go. So here's a story that I understand talks about families now left stranded. With me is Tabani Mtetwa, the DA councillor in eThekwini, in fact, the DA caucus leader in that region as well. Appreciate your time, Tabani. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you and to your listeners.
Thank you. Give us the context to the story. I mean, we know about the flood of 4 years ago. What's happened to some specific families in this case?
We are aware that after the floods of 2022, some families have already been relocated to permanent structures where they can rebuild their lives and all of that. But the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, not all the families, not all the individuals who were affected by the floods in 2022 have had that opportunity of being taken care of in terms of being provided by permanent shelter. As we are aware that there are people who have just been evicted from a structure in Point Road, Mahatma Gandhi Road in Durban. And that is the unfortunate part that that program has not been concluded as we speak.
So what has happened to them? I mean, give me some numbers. How many people are we talking about?
There are about 23 families. You would appreciate that there are adults and school-going children that are affected by the latest eviction. It's a very scary situation. It's a very unfortunate situation, one which, as the DA in eThekwini, we sympathize with. And we are calling on all government spheres and departments to work together in terms of trying to address this situation, because from what we have been told, those that are still stranded there are people who, in terms of the requirements, do not qualify for government funding, as it were, because some of them are said to have already benefited from the government housing funding, and some of them are earning above the threshold that is provided for. But we are saying this can be resolved if the government can work together, the municipality and the human settlement, both in the province and national, to work together and find a solution to this problem, because whatever the requirements are, at the end of the day, we are not talking numbers here. We're talking human lives. We're talking real people who need their government as we speak.
Okay, so what then is what's the legal situation in terms of what rights have they got, and how then, when you talk about resolving the situation, what for you would be the best method to resolve it?
The fact of the matter is that you don't need to even hire private properties to house these affected individuals. The municipality, the government departments have unused properties in the Durban CBD and elsewhere that they can be repurposed to house these victims. That is what we are calling on the government and the municipality to work together to do. The municipality itself has got a lot of buildings that can be repurposed so that whilst we dealing with all these legalities, but people are not stranded, they are housed in municipal-owned buildings where no government department would then have to spend money whilst we're looking for a permanent solution. No one should be spending their lives on the streets just because there's no shelter. Because, as I say, there's enough government properties that can be used to repurpose to house the victims of the floods. We are calling on the government through the DDM, really, because the DDM must not exist on paper. It must exist practically to affect people's lives. We are calling them to work together and resolve this impasse.
Them means what? Meaning, what has been the response to you calling on them?
Look, we've spoken because we obviously, as a local government councillor, and I deal directly with the municipal officials and the chairperson. I've just spoken to the chairperson today to say what we do now, because we can't really be technical about this thing. And the chairperson and I do agree that something needs to be done. And from what I have tried to influence the chairperson to do is to make sure that we use government buildings to house the affected individuals while we're looking for a permanent solution. As to what other government spheres are going to do, that is the responsibility of the chairperson that I've spoken to communicate directly with the province and national, because funding for housing comes from national government. We're calling on national government really to treat this as an emergency, not just as a normal allocation of funds to Wimpus. This is as a result of an emergency that no one would have foresaw.
All right, and just to confirm, currently these families, where are they physically, and what sort of, comfort support are they getting, and from whom?
It has just been confirmed to me by my colleague who is our PR councillor in the area that they are currently stranded on the street with young school-going kids who have nowhere to go. So whoever amongst them does not have immediate relatives around the area to look after them, they are stranded on the street, which is something that really no one should be experiencing. No one should be subjected to that kind of situation 30 years after democracy. I think a government has let people down. No one should be spending the night on the street.
All right. I'm just thinking somebody listening say, hey, I can help them. Which street are they on?
They are at Mahatma Gandhi Street in the Point area.
Okay, so that's very much Durban City itself, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you for your time. Much appreciate you engaging us, Thabani Mthethwa, the DA caucus leader in eThekwini, councillor there. And there you heard that story. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, at that time, 4 years ago, they don't have a home. They get provided relief, temporary relief, which goes on. And that relief has now come to an end. So effectively they have to fend for themselves. So how would you look at it? Would you look at it in the case of how can they be left stranded and be left on the streets now, completely, devastated and even more vulnerable now? Or is it a case of 4 years is enough time for them to rebuild their lives? But how do they rebuild their lives? I mean, do you have any idea what's it like to lose everything? And you can't even pick up the pieces. The alternative is, should we say that they must be provided support in perpetuity, in the same way you would provide support for others who are victims of, mass flooding and other devastation that occurs in a country from time to time? I'd like to get your thoughts as to how, government should be handling this. Right, think about that. Let's get the news now. It's 4:00.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Majavu refuses to testify in Mapisa Ngakula trial, and Santako condemns the killing of its head of discipline, Jabulani Njangase. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. Prominent attorney Zola Majavu has refused to testify in the corruption trial of former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula. Majavu, who had previously consulted state key witness Nomba Sanzo Ndwandlovu after being recommended by Mapisa-Nqakula, says he would be limited in testifying due to attorney-client privileges. Before his testimony could begin, Majavu argued that he had expressed his limitations to the prosecution team when he was first approached, but was encouraged to give testimony on certain matters. Ultimately, after some deliberation, Majavu informed the court that he was not comfortable giving testimony due to certain privileges and was excused from proceedings. President Cyril Ramaphosa has issued a stern warning to construction mafias that disrupt and delay the construction of public infrastructure, saying such behavior will not be tolerated. He made the remarks during the official opening ceremony of the multi-million rand state-of-the-art King Nyabela Hospital in Middleburg, Mpumalanga. The president says during the first phase of the hospital's construction, a number of challenges were encountered, including intimidation by construction mafias and legal disputes involving contractors. He says government is taking steps to root out the construction mafias.
We cannot stand for the construction of hospitals, of clinics, of roads, of dams, or any public infrastructure being stopped and being disrupted to advance some individuals' financial interests. Ngoba bona bafuna imali, abafuna ukuthi kube nentuthuko esizweni. And we are going to stop that. We are going to root them out.
Nursing organization Dinosa in the Northwest has welcomed a major legal victory for rural healthcare workers. The Joburg Labour Court has ordered the Provincial Health Department to pay an 8% rural allowance to an enrolled nursing assistant. Dinosa took up the case in 2020 after the nurse went for years without the allowance. The court upheld an earlier arbitration award ordering the department to pay the allowance retrospectively from April 2018. Dinosa says the judgment fixes a long-standing misinterpretation of rural allowance policies that wrongly excluded enrolled nurses and assistants. The organization's Mzwakhe Saleke.
The department interprets the resolution as saying only a category, professional nurses, should be paid the 8% rural allowance if they are working in a clinical area in areas which are designated rural areas, whereas this term in the resolution is used to describe a nurse that is registered at the South African Nursing Council, which is the country's regulatory authority for nursing, not to a rank.
Taxi Council Santaco has condemned the fatal shooting of its Gauteng head of discipline, Jabulani Ntshangase, describing his killing as a devastating blow to the taxi industry. Ntshangase, who played a key role in conflict resolution and maintaining discipline within the sector, was widely respected for promoting unity among taxi associations. He was killed last Friday in Midrand. Santaco has called on the police to urgently investigate and ensure that those responsible are brought to justice. Santaco's Gauteng spokesperson Graham Fritz.
His passing represents a tremendous loss to Santaco Gauteng and the broader public transport industry. His courage, leadership and dedication to advancing the interests of the taxi industry has left a lasting legacy that will be remembered with gratitude and respect. On behalf of Santaco Gauteng Provincial Executive Committee, member associations and the entire taxi industry, we extend our sincere condolences to the Ntshangase family.
A mass funeral has been held in Gaza City for 112 people whose bodies were trapped under the rubble of buildings hit during an Israeli strike in 2023. Hundreds attended the funeral for members of two clans. The BBC's Yolanda Nell has the details.
The BBC was able to film this operation as it began with just a single bulldozer really picking through the rubble. And so at that funeral you saw that remains had been identified. They had been laid out in rows covered with the Palestinian flag, and also in some cases pictures had been attached to the flags of some of the children in particular who'd been killed. 40 children, 38 women and 7 people with disabilities, locals said, were among the 112 who were buried here.
Recapping the top story, prominent attorney Zola Majavu has refused to testify in the corruption trial of former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula. I'm Mondelambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
And coming up in your sports this hour, Grenier confident the SA medal distance can rise again. Conrad vows Proteas will chase World Cup glory, and Banyana all set for their do-or-die clash tonight. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start with an update on the M1 through Midrand. Reasonably busy today, but Clue through to New Road is the current queue. N1 south, Ravonia down to William Mandela looking slow. And a crash just east of Galoody's interchange on the N12 near the Boeing Road Bridge. That means a delay coming N3 south from Edendale and N3 north from Bedford to get through the interchange onto that, off the N3 and onto the N12 into that crashing. Also, collision on Grayston Drive at the Mike 1 Highway if you're leaving Sandton. That's slow. Durban roadworks out by Dunkeld Road on the M19. We saw it last night, seeing it again tonight. Queues of traffic from the Reservoir Hillside heading out towards New Germany and Claremont area. Also a collision scene on the M7 at Recreation Road. That is slow both to and from the Bluff area. And just outside Cape Town, the R101 De Toys Kloof Pass closed on the Rawsonville side of the pass. That's due to a fatal crash that happened earlier today. You'll have to just stay on the N1 or use the N1 through the Huguenot Tunnel as the alternative route. No way through De Toys Kloof Pass at this stage. In Cape Town, fairly heavy. N2 Nelson Mandela Boulevard, slow to Hospital Bend. Then the queues right through to about Bunga Avenue in the Langa area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAfm is with you.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, what is it you want to get off your chest? We've been speaking about many things. What is it you'd like to get off your chest? Have you heard Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma alluding to Fikile Mbalula effectively buying his way to a senior post within the ANC? Allegations, that is, of course, I must add. Have you heard about it? What do you make of that? Just think about that too. By the way, just today I had a chat with Rihanna Musaji, the barefoot facilitator. She's been a guest on the show before. But here's the thing that came out about names, and I thought it's interesting. I want to just put this to you, right? So when you meet somebody, and you introduce a third person to the second person, do you just give the person's name and that's it? Do you give the name and surname, or in fact do you give the name, surname, and tell that third person what is it the second person does, right? Many people want to play down what they do to say, come on, let them just work it out themselves. I don't need to brag. But myself and Rihanna actually both felt that from a brand connection, if you don't connect people, how will they know what the other person's doing? And there could be opportunities for you to do that, provided they know that. And why would you delay when they know? So I'm all for, hey, meet so-and-so. Here's Tabo, or here's Mary or Temba. And you know what? They are in the rugby medical space, for example. So you know that up front. What do you think? I'd love to get your thoughts on that too. Right, let's talk about Cape Town, policing, provincial, national after this.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
"90 years of conversations, recaptured, relived, and projected." SAfm.
My name is Leti Pagati and I'm from Joburg in the Gauteng province. I would like to say congratulations to SAfm on celebrating 90 remarkable years of informing, educating and inspiring us South Africans. Thank you for being, a trusted voice that has connected generations, through quality journalism and meaningful conversations.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAfm celebrates 90 years.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, it's not been the first time talking about it, but Cape Town has always made this point that when one argues about the ability to police, Cape Town, and specifically the Cape Flats, right, they will say but some things are beyond our control because policing is a national issue. So they have been pushing for policing powers within their region. Let's call it a devolution of policing powers, so at regional level. And that's been a point reiterated once again by the Cape Town Mayor, Jordan Hill-Lewis, right? In fact, he's gone further. He's declared an intergovernmental dispute with the acting police minister, Firoz Kachalia. Let's find out what that really means with Eldred de Klerk, who's a senior policing and global security specialist at the African Centre for Security and Intelligence. Eldred, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you. Let's start with that part. An intergovernmental dispute. I'm thinking many people listening say, we haven't heard that phrase before.
Yes, indeed. It simply means they can't find each other, and that every attempt has been made to reconcile ideas and to consider what is best for policing, not just in Cape Town and the Western Cape in particular, but more importantly for the entire country. And it's maybe apt, Ashraf, that we consider what our policing and law enforcement architecture look like in the light of all that we know from, the ad hoc, Matlanga, and the dismay and I guess disillusionment we all feel around issues of policing, because it's a concern for all of us, Ashraf.
All right. So as a result of this, we can't find each other. What is the legal case in terms of what happens next? It's like, I'm just thinking about, are you declaring a strike? When you think about unions, what happens next?
Well, probably they consider what their options are. They've appointed a senior legal counsel who would consider writing a heads of argument. And then probably taking the minister to court. Now, we hope the courts keep knocking it back to them, because, the spheres of government ought to be able to find each other, and they ought to be able to find what is best for policing in the country. And I do think that there is an opportunity, as we consider policing as part of the national dialogue and public safety in particular, to consider what role municipal police play. And I say that deliberately, Ashraf, because I want to be able to look beyond metro police and say, how do we use the capability at a local level, which includes officers charged with ensuring compliance and regulating environments where people need licenses and permits, for example, in transport, housing, and business sector, and then also, and say the building sector, for example, and looking at traffic. So if we look at global examples, Ashraf, and we see that municipal police would often have all three of those capabilities within one single municipal police under a mayor, they don't generally have investigative as in detective services. They are work hand in glove at a local level with the national capability. And there's a reason why investigation as a national competency, because they should be able to go across jurisdictions and have access to national databases, for example. And their information like forensics and fingerprints and all that, those are all national and should be protected. So
therefore,
there is an argument to be had. Yeah.
Okay, so that the argument then of specifically, I'd say Western Cape government, but specifically the DA-led Western Cape government, who've been saying this for a long time, to say, give us more control over our region, and you'll see we'll manage, we'll police, things matter. National is not in our control, don't blame us. Does that argument hold water?
I don't think so, because I think part of the problem is how do we judge the role of local government? And municipal government are the one sphere of government, the key sphere of government that can improve the quality of all our lives. They also hold the biggest levers of control over managing criminogenic factors that actually lead and feeds crime. So crime, development spend, mobility and movement, all of those things, environmental factors. So if we look at a comprehensive security strategy, we really have to strengthen municipal government. We really have to strengthen their research capability for sure. And if we combine their research capability to understand phenomena like we had COVID and how best to deal with that, infectious disease, environmental degradation, waste management, all of those things that ultimately affects our insecurity and our public safety and our quality of life, that needs local and national government to work together more so than provincial government. So my hope is that part of this deliberation that they're having is to re-envisage municipal policing, as I said, Ashraf, and see if there's an opportunity for them to work from the same hub, the same center, because officers on the ground work more closely together, seemingly, than politicians do, Ashraf. So if we really can get people into the same space where they work hand in glove every day, one is, they're dealing with traffic, they're dealing with crime and grime, they're dealing with land invasions, they're dealing with illegal occupancy of buildings, squatters, all of those kind of stuff. And then when it comes to investigations that arise from the day-to-day activity of municipalities, there are dedicated local teams of judicial officers, and I'll say a little bit more about that maybe, and investigators and research, where they really delve deep into how things are connected and making sure that they can have sustainable solutions towards the stuff that we investigate and not just lock up individuals, for example.
So I mean, look, the issue of crime in our country being, prevalent, rampant, I mean, I think that's a given. It doesn't even need a discussion because it's just obvious, right? But in terms of what the DA is saying, right? So there's two parts to it. But whatever they may think, constitutionally, would it be allowed? I mean, assuming the Minister of Police gives them a hearing, can that be possible constitutionally that within a national framework of policing, in fact, they would actually allow a city or a province effectively management of their local policing at that level that they're talking about?
Well, no, not in the same guise as a South African police, for example. We already have Metro Police, that there is legislative provision for that. And their biggest challenge is crime prevention. So if we measure, and this is without going into a whole debate about what crime prevention is, but if we just look at issues of prevention, then we're saying, but hold on, your Metro Police is failing then across the country if they're not able to prevent crime, because the South African Police Service has already given up on preventing crime. They say they need all of us. They say they need local government, and yes, they do, because as I said, the factors for crime prevention is completely under control of local government, more so than national government. The other ones that there are is by law enforcement, and that includes permitting and licensing, regulation and compliance. And you and I know, Ashraf, and you've raised it on many platforms and on your shows quite eloquently, we are not a very compliant society. There's a lot of things that are not being regulated. We're now putting in place tens and thousands of inspectors, for example. But that should be, I think, a local government competency to regulate and ensure compliance. And then public health and safety, I think, should also be a local government capability, so that at the end of the day, they look at improving public safety and our quality of life. So I think our spend is not on combating crime, but ultimately spending on keeping us healthy and keeping us safe. Crime is a significant and impactful, but relatively small component of the overall equation of public safety. And I think the debate is a little skewed, and it might be, unfortunately, that we've politicized policing to the point that we may be not hearing each other, Ashraf.
Okay, and I mean, just talking about hearing, and a quick answer from you on this one. Jordan Hill, who was the mayor of Cape Town, his tweet, he said lots of things about declaring this intergovernmental dispute that I touched on, but then saying, we have tried every collaborative effort, and the key word is collaborative, so every collaborative effort to get successive ministers of police to do this. Many, including this one, have made supportive noises, but nothing has come out of it. We can wait no longer. And then talks about issues of crime, which we're well aware of. I mean, that part, we can wait no longer. What option do they have now? Quick answer on that?
Well, take it to court, unfortunately.
Okay.
I waste the public money, but yeah, take it to court.
Thanks for your time. Aldred de Klerk, who's a Senior Policing and Global Security Specialist at the African Centre for Security and International Praxis. So there we are. Take them to court. Another legal issue. But maybe it works. You may give your own thoughts. Without politicizing it, as has been suggested, is there a case for the current model of national policing to be revised, where those are involved at metro police level can have an upgrade? That means at provincial level they have more powers at policing than they currently have. That's been the argument, and we don't maybe hear that from other provinces. We hear it from Cape Town significantly so because, as you know, that province is run by a different political party. So they always say their hands are tied. Are they really tied? Do you think, just forget who's in charge, just the principle, is there a way that we can upgrade the policing powers within a region? And will it be better for all of us? Think about that. This is the National Pulse.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez put his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid.
I have to inform honourable members.
Through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
Through the release of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
Through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
Right, now, you wouldn't pay designer prices at the thrift store, right? So why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. Here's an example. 49-year-old Esmeralda pays only 449 Rand a month for a 2015 Chevrolet Aveo and gets covered for full retail value if a car is stolen or hijacked. So get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today. For unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rands, SMS CAR to 43185. You got it, CAR 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP T's and C's and information available online.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
So it's interesting. On the one hand, we talk about policing and maybe a new way of policing the way we do things, right? But here's another about indigenous knowledge, and in many ways that's part of the course. So the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation has published draft indigenous knowledge regulations, and they will shape how indigenous knowledge is recognized. So that's important, isn't it? And protected and documented and assessed and governed in our country. However, and this is significant, indigenous communities were excluded from the consultations, and they're now petitioning against the regulation. interesting indeed. Kikeletso Kena Isangoma is Indigenous knowledge activist. Appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you for your time. Right. So let's get to the nub of it, and we'll talk about the details just now. The fact that you and others like yourself, experts were excluded, is that a grounds for you to now oppose what may well be a very, very good proposal?
I'm going to start by nothing for us without us. And if we start there, and that's the premise of our conversation, is that you cannot develop anything, no matter how good it is, without talking to me. Because you are, in fact, assuming that I do not have the agency or the ability to have the conversation on something that affects me personally. And I think this is where the problem is when it comes to government. It's not that we fundamentally sometimes disagree with the things that they do or say, it's how they are done or said. If you look at this, if you're talking about indigenous knowledge holders, you are talking beyond just traditional healers. You're talking about knowledge holders in communities, in traditional leadership, people who understand the weather, astronomy. It's much, much bigger. Now, for me, you want to engage those people in saying, how do we protect that which you own? How do we preserve it for the 7 generations? And that is not the case. When you are not talking to the people you claim to be protecting, then obviously we must first view you with suspicion. But that's not my thing right now. My thing with the petition is open it up, extend it, allow people who are holders of this knowledge to be able to interact with this document that you wrote in English, and decided that you were going to issue it online so that it is only accessible to those who are mostly in the illegal sector, because why would you be looking for regulations just out of the blue, So it's inaccessible if you don't know about it. And then if you do get to know about it, it's in English and it's only available online. So if you don't have access to the internet, you can't interact with this very thing that is going to govern the knowledge that has been passed on from our ancestors and should be passed on for 7 generations. It doesn't make sense.
So let's break it down and we'll talk about the actual pursuit of indigenous knowledge, and I think that's so important, right? So in terms of now, you are referring to the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, right? And I take it, not only have you now voiced your objection and your concern about it on air as you do now, but in fact, I take it you've told them that, and what have they responded?
So in the conversation we had with them, there is an acknowledgement that there is a need to extend the process and give it to as many people. But they haven't come back to us and say, okay, we will extend it. And today is the due date. And for some of us, and if somebody is asking, why are you coming in the due date? It's literally when we found out, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, that we found out that this process was underway. And we tried to do the submission, but we also realized it would just be us, those who have access, who would be able to make the submission. And this is beyond people who have access to the internet or who are activists. It's about the broader indigenous community that must interact with this, and that's why we are asking for the extension. We are not even at the point where we are talking about the detail of what is in the regulations. We are just saying, please allow us the time and the space to get this to the people on the ground who are the owners of this information, to be able to access the document and then be able to read it and interact with it and then decide for themselves how this must be done.
Do you think they'll accede to your request?
We are hoping that we can have as many South Africans understand the importance of indigenous knowledge and preserving it, that as many of them will sign the petition so that we are able to implore and convince the Department of Science and Technology that it is in the best interest of all South Africans that this knowledge is preserved for the next generation. And it requires those who are users of this knowledge, those who are owners of this knowledge, those who have been entrusted with preserving and protecting this knowledge to be able to interact with these laws. We can't just be imposing laws on indigenous people or indigenous communities or indigenous knowledge holders.
Okay, who owns the laws to impose laws and culture and what's acceptable? It's a big question. So, Kekeletso Kena Isangoma, thank you for your time. Much appreciate you engaging me here on the National Pulse. So there we are. Indigenous knowledge, very important. But in terms of the plans of the Department of Science, they have big plans. But at this point in time, they haven't asked the custodians. Now, what do you make of that? 4:30, here's the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Parliament Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, says while there should be regard for security concerns of government officials, due process must always be followed. Prominent attorney Zola Majavu has refused to testify in the corruption trial of former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, and French officials say nearly 160 migrants have been rescued after their boat caught fire while attempting to cross the Channel to England. I will be back with the full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We start on the eastern side of Joburg with a focus on Geluli's interchange. An earlier crash has now been replaced by a breakdown in pretty much the same spot. It's the N12 eastbound just past Geluli's near the Boeing Road Bridge. There's a big backlog coming from Broomer, if you like, on the R24. A big backlog from Germiston on the N3 north to get through Geluli's onto that N12 east. And a pretty heavy backlog on the N3 south coming down from Limbro Park and Alex in towards Geluli's for connections onto that N12 east as well. Very heavy pressure all over Geluli's interchange at this stage because of that breakdown. Also, some delays coming in from Ekurhuleni on the N12 and R24 westbound carriageways. The bike one from Melrose down into Boyson's looking fairly heavy. There's a crash on the M1 South just around the ramp to New Road. If you're on your way through Midrand towards Joburg, watch there's some slowing traffic there. Probably a bit of onlooking going on the northbound. It is slow from Buccleuch up to the New Road exit this afternoon. Durban, the M19, looking okay now between Reservoir Hills and Dunkeld Road. It was slow there earlier. Crash on the M7 Recreation Road. Now, if you're leaving the Bluff, that's quite a big, heavy delay this afternoon on that section of the M7 away from the Bluff down towards South Coast Road Junction, if you like. Usual breakdown between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction, and to south starting to push back towards Inunda Road. Ashburton, Peter Maritzburg was heavy earlier today. That looks all right at this stage. And Cape Town, if you're heading north, there's the roadworks on the N7 opposite Dunoon causing a delay, and the vehicle has crashed in the My City bus lane on Coburg Road heading into Tableview near the Bloberg Road Junction. Just watch for some delays there. Also, unusually, the M3 from UCT is heavy inbound towards Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Chumi, I know you're going to talk athletics, and therefore it's very appropriate for me to say that, 30 years ago today, Josiah Tugwani stunned the world. Unknown name going into the Olympic marathon, and he won the gold. So what a time to reflect on his magic.
Absolutely. A day in history. If you didn't know, well, now you know. Former World Championship 1500 meter bronze medalist Johan Cronje believes that South African medal distance running still has the talent to return to its former glory. Cronje says that the decline in recent years is not permanent, but stresses Athletics South Africa must strengthen grassroots development and also provide young athletes with better opportunities. He pointed to national champion Tsepo Chite as proof that South Africa remains competitive and insists another international medalist is not far away. In cricket, Proteas coach Shukri Conrad says that they owe the country a World Cup after years of heartbreak and near misses, and will do everything in their power to finally deliver on home soil. South Africa will host the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup alongside Zimbabwe and Namibia in what will be their best chance to finally break the hoodoo in the international white ball holy grail. Now, Conrad says that they are aware of what's expected of them in that tournament and are themselves coveting the much elusive trophy.
We owe it to the country, there's no doubt. We owe the country a World Cup, and we'll be hell-bent on delivering, Ken. It's not going to be easy, it's never meant to be easy, but we are a little bit excited. We are a little bit excited about this summer. We are a little bit excited about playing in a home World Cup. And when I look at that trophy from a distance tonight, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to get my hands on that.
In football, Banyana coach Desiree Ellis says that they don't have a choice but to win their game against Burkina Faso in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations tonight if they are to have any chance at advancing to the knockout stages. Banyana head into their final Group B clash, knowing 3 points are needed if they are to keep their hopes alive of reaching the quarterfinals.
We cannot change the past, and we know what we need to do, and obviously start from the first whistle. We have shown that we're able to, rise to the occasion, and it's all about getting a result. The rest is out of our hands. We have to get a result. I think if you look at the whole group, I think everybody has to get a result. But we can only control what we can control. And we will respect them, but we've worked on a few things. I think the mood in the camp is also good. I think that's also important. We had a very good training session, have another one today. And then it's all up for the big game on the next day. So we will be ready to take the field and give it the best that we can give, because, as I said, we know what's at stake. And it's probably the final for us, because we know if we don't get the result, we don't go into the next stage. But it's the same for everyone in that group. Each and every team in that group still has an opportunity to get out of the group. But we can only control what we can control.
Well, kickoff is at 10 p.m. tonight. Meanwhile, defending champions and host Gaborone United ladies have been handed a difficult Group A for the CAF Women's Champions League or COSAFA qualifier in Botswana later this month. They will meet Zambia's Zesco Ndola girls, who they edged on penalties in last year's final, Zimbabwe's Harentals Queens, and also Lesotho Defence Force. Group B features two-time continental champions Mamelodi Sundowns, who are alongside the Nzingizini Hotspurs of Eswatini, Mozambique's Costa do Sol, and also Malawi's Silver Strikers. In rugby, New Zealand hooker George Bell has been ruled out of rugby's greatest rivalry tour against the Springboks after suffering a calf injury in training. Bell is expected to miss up to 6 weeks, with Bradley Slater coming up to join Dave Rennie's squad in South Africa. Tour captain Cody Taylor is also nursing a calf niggle and unlikely to feature against the Stormers on Friday, meaning that Slater could step straight into action. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in at the next hour. Ashraf, just quickly to pick your brain, talking about building up to the game against Banyana. I don't know if you saw that whole story with Bambanani Mbani, who's one of the experienced players in the squad, doing a live on social media, unfortunately kind of like swearing at the fans.
She shouted at me because I'm a fan. She's like, I only want to watch the highlights or goals, something like that.
And I mean, we saw her apologizing, but I think for me, what I've always wanted to ask is that when do we as fans take responsibility for some of the things that we say to the players, because at times we can be very rude and harsh to them.
Well, I don't know, because I think the difference is, Fanny is not legally bound by a contract, and the player is. And the player is the one who's getting paid to play. And you're always going to get fans who are going to be rude and irritating at times. But tactically, from a person to dismiss supporters and therefore to apologize, it's just bad news. I mean, I think. As far as fans who are rude and abusive, I mean, there's no place. They should never be rude and abusive. But fans will have an opinion. That's a good team, that's a bad team, that's a good player, that's a bad player. In fact, you take away opinion from sport, you take away sport.
I get what you're saying, and I'm not even saying that she's right. Yes, she was wrong. I think for me personally, you shouldn't be live in camp in the first place. However, some of the comments that went out to Banyana after losing that first game, I mean, some of the fans were calling them men. I think some of those comments really, we need to look at ourselves as supporters and just check some of the things that we are saying to our players.
Well, I mean, good point. But again, to what level does the player need to respond? Or is that the job of management?
I get you.
Got that.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAfm 104 to 107.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Stefan. You tell us about yourself a little bit, when you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in the early days.
And the time just coming up to 7 minutes to 6 South African time, which is 3 hours 53 Greenwich Mean Time.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Fund manager, but today it's Paswana and Patlela. You want to talk about Nedbank firstly, right?
Yeah, afternoon, Ashraf and children listeners. Well, Nedbank the stock is up 5.5%, reported on positive results for the half year. We saw revenue reporting up 6%, underlying business up 12%, despite a headline earnings just flat. The gains are coming from a growing market share. We saw clients up 4% to 8 million. They're growing, expanding in terms of the loans they're giving out. Credit cards, deposits are also growing, and they're growing. They're proving to be more competitive in this sector. The digital banking, the insurances are also showing an improvement. From a cost point of view, it's contained. And yes, they did see some credit losses, but this was reflecting of the operating environment. Overall, they remain resilient, well capitalized, and ready to explore East Africa. They issued up a dividend up to over 2%, and generally they look optimistic about the future. And when we look at the markets, we got to look at this volatility, the bond, the currency, the oil volatility are all descending, as they're pricing in less war risk in the market, and the peace wave is moving up with momentum. It was confirmed by the Treasury percent in the US earlier on in the day, indicating that a deal could be pulled over or in the next 36 hours or less. In terms of opening up the Strait of Hormuz, this has pulled oil prices down 4% to that $80 mark. We've seen it traded even lower, signaling bearishness. Yields are getting pulled into that direction. Commodities are agreeing with the sentiment bottoming out. We're seeing a lot of lower highs taking place. We see gold is up 0.7% at $4,080 an ounce. Platinum up 7% at $1,740 an ounce. Copper holds its bullish momentum at $6.6. When we look at the equity front, dip buyers are squeezing out all types of short sellers as they run for the hills. We see the likes of the US index, and the Nasdaq is up 1.6 again. The Dow and S&P is up 1%. In Europe, gains are led by the DAX up 0.7. The CAC and the FTSE is up 0.3. JSE plus over 1.4%, led by the resource sector up 3.2, financials leading following 1.2, industrials up 0.3. The rand is gaining across all major currencies, reflecting strength. The rand against the dollar is at 16.37, rand against the euro 18.88, and rand against the pound 22.03.
Okay, and there we have it. Thanks for your time. We'll connect again with you or your team tomorrow. An hour of the markets coming up 6 to 7, followed by an hour of sport 7 to 8.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm.
Right. What do you make of the conversations we've had so far? What do you make of the March and March extending now into, let's call it, the AfriForum space? That means they are impressed enough by what AfriForum has done in providing, legal assistance, but also prosecuting where they feel there's a need and government has fallen short. And they've done that quite successfully. What do you make of that? And they've raised funding through subscriptions, let's call it crowdfunding, so I understand. What do you make of that with regard to March and March, but also the other issues? I've talked about the mass, reburial, funeral of those Palestinians from a few years ago. Also, we're talking about elections and coming up, the 7,000 strong volunteer force. We'll talk about that just now. And the policing story in Cape Town. I think it's a fascinating one. Local versus national. What comes first? And that conversation about indigenous knowledge. And they have been squeezed out of the input. Like, I would be furious. I think I would be. All right, let's get to your thoughts. AB in Durban. Hi, AB.
Hi, Ashraf.
Good talking to you. What's your point?
I heard Jacinta, and I must say that I was very impressed with the way in which she expressed herself with regard to the forum she intends setting up. And I wish her all the best with her initiative if it goes the way that she articulated it to you. May I just add that the reason that she was viewed very negatively by many people is that when she initiated the March campaign, she didn't think it out completely about ensuring firm control of the movement, and therefore there were many instances of intimidation, looting, and violence. Many people took the law into their own hands. That aside, anything positive that's done to uplift those who are on the lowest rung of the economic ladder is most welcome. From what she said, it seems clear that she's not against anyone, but for the downtrodden. So all I can say is good luck, Jacinta.
Well, there we are. Thank you for that, AB. Well, it's an interesting thought. And I mean, just to move aside from her, that's one of the things when they call it like companies. I know this is not a company, but when you sort of bootstrap a business and you literally, what do they say? You build a plane while it's in the air. So one can understand that. I know from my past experiences that when you have a movement marching, they hold you accountable for the supporters. They hold you as the organization accountable. Like I'm talking about COSATU and other labor movements. But it's also possible in this case you don't realize how big it's going to get. So you think it's going to be 20 people. Then before you know it, it's 2,000 people. So you haven't even worked out that plan. So you could well be right. It's an interesting call you made, or point you made, AB. Brian in Durban, hi.
Good day, Ashraf. Thanks for taking my call.
It's a pleasure.
Great. I love your show. I really do. This is the first time I've phoned in.
Well, listen, let me give you some applause firstly. On both accounts that you love the show and you called in for the first time. Make it a habit. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, about your policing question, all right?
Yeah.
In the army days, we used to have what are called jock commands. And a jock command is basically in charge of any specific region, like Natal or Gauteng or etc. I believe that they were successful in those days because they employed local people who managed the area, who knew the area, understood the culture, the people, everything about the area. They became the people who controlled and enforced the law and policed it. Obviously, each jock command was then overseen by a head office, for example, like in Joburg, okay? But I think policing should be done in a local, decisions should be made in a local platform where the locals understand the people of those communities.
Okay, but I mean, look, currently it's done nationally and then delegated locally. They're effectively talking about more powers at a local level in terms of policy, and that's where the difference comes in. Brian, thanks for that call. I mean, I think it's a debate we're always going to have. Should we upgrade, let's call it that, the powers of local or not in terms of policing? I mean, has the current policing formula worked? Vusi in Mpumalanga. Hi, Vusi.
Yes, how are you, sir?
I'm good indeed. Good talking to you.
No, I'm good, man. I'm hardly you used to call, but I've always listened this.
So you're calling. Well, let me give you applause as well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, all the program of the SAfm I normally listen from early in the morning up until late, maybe at 10, around 10.
We are very grateful. We are very grateful. Yeah.
The reason why I'm calling, I was watching one of the podcasts where department was interviewing a Department of Health especially HR, where there were 8 foreigners that were being employed against South Africans. But my view is different. What I can say and what I see, I don't know, but we need to look at this and scrutinize it very, very well. The unions organize labor in the department because the ruling party is having that thing that with other unions, especially COSATU and other sisters unions underneath COSATU. Those people, they are turning to be a co-employer with an employer. They are no longer representing the mandate of employees. The reason why we are having a high corruption in departments.
So you're saying unions are not doing their job, according to you? Unions are not doing what they're supposed to do. All right. All right.
Unions are playing a big role for corruption to be exacerbated in all departments.
Okay. Got that. I need to move on. I think you've made your point. Let me try and get another issue around, cadre deployment.
The SAfm listeners, I think we are in trouble as a country. We are in trouble because of this cadre deployment. We are in trouble because of people who are deploying their friends, their relatives, their girlfriends in various positions unfairly. I just had portfolio of committee in Parliament where an HR manager from TVET college in Khatsebande who was deployed there without qualification. We are in deep trouble. We are in deep trouble. Second at the Pretoria.
You don't have to repeat it 3 times, man. You get my point. We are indeed. I don't want to hear it. I hear you. Okay, thanks for that call. Much appreciated. Right, more to come, including a feature on winning, which we'll talk about the Safe Hub on youth employment. Next up.
SAfm. South Africa became a democratic nation in 1994. The end of apartheid marked the beginning of a new era built on freedom and constitutional democracy.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future. SAfm celebrates 90 years.
Well, you see, Mike Romanov, he called himself Prince Michael Dmitry Obolensky Romanov. And his real name was Harry Gergeson. And he was a son of a tailor in Chicago. He was a con man, a fantastic con man. And he went to jail in England. And he went to jail in Paris. And he went to jail in the United States.
For confidence tricks?
For dud checks, mostly dud checks. And he lived as Prince Romanov. And he lived in Paris as Prince Romanov when it was full of Russian refugees. And he was always getting caught out. He couldn't speak a word of Russian. And then he would refuse to speak. We mustn't insult our hosts. He was faced by real princes and dukes, and we mustn't insult our hosts by speaking any language but hers. He couldn't even speak French. He twice was caught, stowed away on liners, and living in one of the cabins. And at one occasion, it's incredible, he was on the Ile-de-France, I think. He stowed away on the Ile-de-France, found an empty cabin, slept in it, and changed for dinner into a dinner jacket and sat at the captain's table. He also went to Harvard. That was on the record. He went to Harvard and studied something for about 2 or 3 months. And I said to him once, now, Mike, what school were you at? Oh, my dear fellow, he said, I was Eton, Harrow, Winchester. And I said, anything else? It's Sandhurst, yes. And I said, anyway, he said, yes, Saint-Cyr, and I was at Heidelberg. And I said, and he had the old Italian tie and everything. And I said, but how can you do all this? And he said, my dear fellow, this business of being an imposter is very hard work. And he did tremendous research, and you couldn't catch him out. When he went straight, when he stopped being a con man, he wanted to settle down when he was about 45.
A nation changes, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years. Now, for winning stories on the National Pulse.
Yeah, we certainly like to talk about winning stories of people who champion the country in a way that, builds us into a champion nation. Well, what about this and hard work, right? There's a story about youth unemployment and inequality, but we know how bad it is. The question is who's doing what. So Safe Hub, I understand, have got a plan. And with me is the Director for Business Development at Safe Hub Global, and that's Robin Peterson. Robin, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
Thank you. And I have to tell you, I mean, sometimes your name can't just be erased from the past. I mean, Robin Peterson, CEO of SAFA, one time, right?
That's correct.
Okay, good to connect with you. Well, listen, from trying to win on football pitches, you're trying to win for the country, which is a lot more profound, man. Tell me what you're doing.
Yeah, so thanks, Ashraf. You know, when I set up the SAFA Development Agency back in 2013, I started interacting with this world of NGOs, NPOs using football for other means, and I came across the Safe Hub program back then in Cape Town, back in Khayelitsha. They'd been going for about 5 years at that point and had some expansion plans, and we started working together with them. I've carried on since I left SAFA, and we've grown this footprint of place-based youth development programs and facilities across the country and now globally into something which is quite spectacular. We engage with hundreds of thousands of young people on a regular basis with partners that we've managed to put together because we believe we can only deliver through partnerships. So we have partnerships, for instance, a really significant one with the Development Bank of Southern Africa. In those partnerships, our programs are called D-Labs, which is a fantastic place-based solution to youth development. So we build facilities in townships, rural areas, and then we run programs that integrate everything from early childhood development through to employment, and we help young people interrupt and break out of the sort of intergenerational cycle of poverty, unemployment, inequality, and we've done so incredibly successfully.
Well, give me some examples. When you say incredibly successfully, maybe share anecdotes firstly.
Well, over the last number of years, let's say over the last 2 years, we've placed over 5,000 young people into employment. We've managed to bring economy, sort of town economy, to the township. So we pioneered setting up call centers or BPO centers in townships. We have one in a partnership with merchants in Jabulani, in Soweto, where we've employed over 200 young people. And that does three things. It provides a pathway to employment for the young people. It stimulates the township economy because young people who are earning and living and working there are spending their money locally. And thirdly, it provides revenues back into the Safe Hub to make us self-sustaining. And we have a second one in Alex, which services a big U.S. international bank. We're really proud of that one, the top-performing BPO center for that bank globally. And it just shows what can be done through young people who have been taken on a journey, an intentional journey of development and into success.
And what would be the secret of getting this right? Because, I mean, if it was that simple, then we would see thousands of organizations like this. In fact, the country government would do it, and then we'll be solving all our problems. Clearly, we're not succeeding across the board.
You know, it has been partnerships. So although we drive a lot of the programs and we drive the facilities, we partnered with government. So we've had support from National Treasury, who have built a number of our centers. As I've said, the Development Bank. And then from the private sector, we've managed to receive significant funding. We've also now have our first funding from the National Lottery. We're building a big youth development center at our facility in Khayelitsha with them. So we've managed to crack this thing that people say is impossible, and that's working together with government, private sector, and civil society and other NGOs and other partners to deliver this comprehensive program. We have 16 centers now across South Africa, either operational or under construction or in planning with funding approved. And here's the most amazing thing to me. From something that started in Khayelitsha 17 years ago, we now have 4 global Safe Hubs. We have one in the heart of Berlin dealing with refugee and immigrant communities. We have one in Philadelphia, in a opioid riddled neighborhood called Kensington. We have one in Delhi in India and one in Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire. So and it's all built on the model that we have developed here in South Africa.
Well, perhaps we need to take a closer look at that model and even if it's adapted in other ways, because I think it's so important. So, I mean, best wishes, for Safe Hub. But just a broad question as I get to the news now, Robin. In terms of inequality, right, what's the one thing you think that we're not doing as a country to reduce that very wide inequality gap?
So I think it's about creating both employment and entrepreneurship opportunities, but to do so where people live. And that's been our key driver, is to create local economic development. Because if you're, for instance, employed in a call center, you're living in Soweto, you're working in Bryanston, and you're spending a third or more of your salary on transport, let alone the time it takes you to get there and back, so much of your economic benefit is being leaked out. So we're saying and challenging the BPO industry, the call center industry, and saying to them, come to where we are. We'll deal with the last mile challenge. We'll make sure you have the right facilities, the right people, the right infrastructure, and then you will see these young people flourish.
Okay, sounds pretty good to me. I'll take a closer look at Safe Hub Global, and I'm sure others will do the same thing as well. Best wishes on what happens next as you go about building our nation in the way that you know best. Robin Peterson, Director for Business Development at Safe Hub Global. We'll have more winning stories. Well, maybe soon, maybe tomorrow. You never know. Let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Ondela and Bana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Scopa discusses its report of investigations into financial impropriety, and Majavu refuses to testify in Mapisa Nkula trial. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts says while there should be regard for security concerns of government officials, due process must always be followed. The committee discussed its draft report of its investigation into maladministration, financial impropriety and governance failures at the Road Accident Fund. It also decided to lay criminal charges against the former CEO, Collins Letsoalo, for ignoring summons to appear before it. The draft report notes, amongst others, that security for Letsoalo ballooned from a board-approved 480,000 rand per year to several millions, and the board was not consulted. It resulted in operational expenditure of approximately 20 million rand. Scopa chairperson Songezo Zibi says while the safety of officials must be taken into account, it cannot be done without following the necessary processes.
I want us to recognize where wrongdoing was done, but to also recognize where the state has obligations in respect of the safety of its employees, so that we do not make recommendations which just say security is never warranted. And I think Honorable Beasley had made the point that governance and process matter. They cannot be overridden.
Prominent attorney Zola Majavu has refused to testify in the corruption trial of former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa Nkula. Majavu, who had previously consulted state key witness Nomba Santo Ndwandlovu after being recommended by Mapisa Nkula, says he would be limited in testifying due to attorney-client privileges. Before his testimony could begin, Majavu argued that he had expressed his limitations to the prosecution team when he was first approached, but was encouraged to give testimony on certain matters. Ultimately, after some deliberation, Majavu informed the court that he was not comfortable giving testimony due to certain privileges and was excused from proceedings. 3 people have died after a multi-vehicle collision on the R101 at Judoitskloof near Paarl, Western Cape. Traffic Chief Maxine Bezuidenhout says the road is closed while emergency services and law enforcement continue with rescue and recovery operations.
Motorists are advised to use alternative routes via the N1 through the Huguenot Tunnel, the N2 via Soloris Pass, or the R46 via Nieuwekloof Pass. We urge all road users to be patient, follow the directions of officials on site, and exercise extreme caution in the area.
Community leaders in Westbury, Joburg have called on residents to take ownership of the fight against gang violence, saying lasting change will require both community involvement and stronger law enforcement. Speaking during a community gathering at the Mabaleng Open Grounds, Bishop Dalton Adams urged residents to work together with authorities while also calling for improved intelligence-driven policing to root out those supplying illegal firearms and fueling violence in the area. He says the community must be the change they want to see.
I think the community must really stand up, own up, and be the change that they want to see. When it comes to the SAPS, it is important that we need to get intelligence. And we need to engage in the security cluster. Now, because I know the systems of government, it's easy for me to pinpoint stuff and press buttons, which normal community members won't be able to do. But I'll be able to say intelligence, not from this constituency, not from the neighboring constituencies. We want people to come from other areas to come and do the intelligence for us. So if that be the case, that guns are being sold to the communities, it must be sifted out. It must actually be found out, and then consequence management must take place.
French officials say nearly 160 migrants have been rescued after their boat caught fire while attempting to cross the channel to England. No casualties have been reported. The BBC's Simon Jones has the details.
This was one of the largest rescues of migrants in the Channel that the UK and French Coast Guards have ever had to deal with. The overloaded dinghy had been on the water for several hours when its engine caught fire. The boat quickly broke up and the people on board ended up in the water. The dinghy was being shadowed by a French vessel which issued a Mayday alert. A lifeboat from Eastbourne and a border force cutter joined the rescue operation. Everyone was accounted for and taken back to France.
Recapping the top story, Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts says while there should be a regard for security concerns of government officials, due process must always be followed. The committee discussed its draft report of its investigation into maladministration, financial impropriety and governance failures at the Road Accident Fund. I'm Wanda Lambara for SAfm News Headlines at 5:30.
In sports this evening, do or die clash for Banyana tonight. Conrad vows Proteas will chase World Cup glory, and rugby's greatest rivalry referees revealed. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We started mid-rand with an update on that crash. It's on the M1 South, just around New Road, coming out of Pretoria on your way to Joburg this afternoon. Expect some delay, slowing traffic back as far as Olifantsfontein. Everybody going north, obviously having a look at that. So the queue on from Buccleuch up towards the New Road exit as well. Collision on the R21 between the Olifantsfontein Road exit and Bupsfontein. If you're on your way towards the airport, R21 passing Tembisa is reasonably heavy at this stage. Also, a breakdown at Galuli's interchange. There was a crash and a breakdown, and now there's actually another crash as well, so it's all happening. It's on the N12 eastbound near Boeing Road Bridge, coming out from Kensington on the R24. It's heavy. N3 south from Limbro Park, N3 north from Germiston, backlogging to get through Galuli's and onto that N12 and past that collision scene. Now, if you're driving Durban this afternoon, the N3 outbound, just a bit sluggish between Sherwood and the Spaghetti Junction interchange. The N2 south breakdown is still there near Clare Road Bridge. Coming from Queen Nundy, it's heavy. And a collision on the M4 near Virginia Airport. Big traffic backlogs from Blue Lagoon on your way through towards the Slunga area today. Cape Town crash on the N2 outbound after the airport exit, so that's starting to slow things up as you come past the exit to the airport in towards the Nyanga area. Also, a pedestrian down on the Kuberg Road in the bus lane approaching Bloberg Road, heading into Tableview very slow. And Du Toit's Kloof Pass, the old R101, still closed due to a fatal crash this afternoon. You'll have to use the N1 and go through the Huguenot Tunnel as the local alternative. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAfm is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, come on. What do you want to get off your chest? What are the conversations that move you today or really gets your pulse rate racing? Whatever it is, I'd love to know. You can call us live. You can WhatsApp us, text or voice note. You can also tweet as well using that hashtag, the National Pulse, when you tag us. By the way, that earlier chat I had, and I was saying in my conversation with Rihanna, the barefoot facilitator, when you meet people, I'd like to get your thoughts. When you meet people, Do you just introduce the third person just by name and say, meet so-and-so? Or do you actually make the effort to say, you need to know this person for whatever reason because they do X, Y, Z, and then tell the third person what the second person does? That means you make an effort to make a connection. Or do you think that's like bragging too much because somebody may be a big shot? So don't brag, just keep quiet. The problem is if you don't give a shout out to the people within your own tribe, well, who is going to actually do it? Talking about shout out, there's this video doing the rounds of a lady who went to Home Affairs. And she, after standing in the queue, saw other people jump the queue or get done quicker. And she decided enough was enough. A South African phrase. She stood on a chair and she told the people there that she was offered to pay 150 rands so she could jump the queue, and she refused. So she's in the queue, but she sees other people jumping the queue. And this whole thing is videoed. And of course, it's nationwide. So check it out. You will see the top of the agenda in terms of a woman standing on a chair to protest her bribe offer at South Africa's Home Affairs. It's a trending topic here. Well, the elections would be trending, don't you think? If not now, soon enough. Let's talk about that next.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Hello SAfm family, my name is Lukani Samang from VOW 88.1, also known as the Voice of Vets. And I would like to wish you a very happy 90th birthday. For 9 decades, you have been a trusted voice in South African broadcasting, informing, inspiring, and connecting many generations of listeners through credible journalism.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so you know the story. Elections November 4th, right? Coming up. It's actually 3 months today. Wow. Where will you be? How are you going to be voting? Don't tell me now, but just think about it. You're making those decisions over supper. If you do talk politics over supper. Do you talk politics over supper, by the way? Now, in the meantime, the advocacy group Groundwork Collective are looking to recruit around 7,000 citizens, maybe even more, as volunteers. To do what? To monitor the upcoming local government election. And the project is called Protect Our Democracy. Interesting how these volunteers will be protecting our democracy. Let's find out more about it with Vincent Marke, who is a Groundwork Collective spokesperson. Vincent, appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for having me, Ashraf.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Right, so how does 7,000 citizens actually protect our democracy?
Yeah, so I think it starts with obviously one, civic education, conscientizing those citizens, making them understand that their role starts way before even elections, because people have this understanding that the role that they play within the democratic dispensation is only during maybe registration and during the day of voting. So what we want to do as an organization is we are gathering a group of South African citizens who want to be active, and citizens who are saying we want to play our role in safeguarding the transparency of our elections, as well as making sure that those elections are free and fair. And now what we do is we have put together a program called Protect Our Democracy, where we're bringing all these individuals under one roof. They have to be 18 and above, be a South African citizen, have access to a smartphone or smart device, and once that is done, they can apply on our website and we'll do the rest.
All right. So tell me the name. So first of all, who are you looking for? I mean, are you searching? You got them done already? Are you looking out? You're looking to recruit, right?
Yeah. So we're still searching. We are officially launching the program tomorrow in Braamfontein. So what we are actually going to do tomorrow, we're going to launch the program, launch how the program is going to roll out, because it's going to have key milestones from the recruitment phase to now getting back to the people that have actually applied. Then there will be the verification phase. And then once that is done, there's still also training that needs to take place to make sure that the people that we've got to become independent election observers are well trained, they are aware of what will be happening on the ground on the day, and they are able to sort of, stand their ground on the day.
How, and when they stand their ground on the day and they observe, what is the nature of their observing?
So the nature of their observing is quite, broad. There are quite a number of issues that normally happen during elections. One of those would be a voting station not opening on time, or a voting station running out of, ink, or there are so many issues that I can sort of, mention. But one that, comes at the top of my mind would be having, party representatives on the actual voting station wearing party regalia, which that is against the IEC law in terms of elections. People are not supposed to come wearing their party regalia. So these are the things that they should be on the lookout for, and they will be trained in terms of how they can approach them and how they can escalate them.
Now, you also ran a similar program, I understand, in the last general election, right?
Yes, we did, yeah.
is that? What can you tell us about the level of interest for people who are literally willing to sign up for no other reason but to, protect our democracy?
There is a huge appetite for a program like Protect Our Democracy, because we did a similar, program in 2024 during the national elections. And during that time, we had about 3,000 election observers, both in South Africa and, across the world, because people were so keen. Even the oldest person that was actually observing for us during those elections was an 85-year-old, because people are really passionate about, democracy and making sure that they safeguard its credibility and integrity, because there's quite a number of issues that happen. And if you can remember, in those national elections, there was a certain political party that sort of had, an issue with the IEC around voter counting and all of those things. And some of our independent election observers were there on the ground to make sure that the process, was seamless and the process was fair. And they also understood, the science behind the calculations of votes. So these are the things that we want to actually empower South Africans with.
Here's a thought. In its literal sense, safeguarding our democracy or protecting our democracy would mean, people being allowed to vote fairly and the count is all fair and we have the right leaders where the majority have voted them into power, right? But are there other ways beyond elections where you, in fact, can protect our democracy? And I just say that because you may have heard me mentioning a story of this woman at Home Affairs who was offered a bribe on the outside, and she decided to, give it a shout out and say, I've been offered a bribe. And in a strange way, she is effectively protecting our democracy, right? So the reason I'm asking, and I know the priority for you is your election, are there other ways for us to be the type of model citizens that is so absent in our society? And I look at one example because it's in my mind. The Japanese who just keep the public spaces like stadiums spotless, no matter who lit it, as their contribution to their country's nation building.
100%. I think, beyond, elections or voting, we need to, have a frank conversation and be model citizens as South Africans. And I think that's where civic education comes into play. Most recently there was a study by the Human Research Council where over 79% of South Africans said they have never been engaged civically. And again, we can encourage people to say, go and register and vote and go and vote on the day. But, sending people that do not have the knowledge of how to hold leaders accountable is quite futile. So the first exercise for us is through programs like Project Citizen, where we go into high schools and start targeting young kids from the age of 16 and sort of start, acclimatizing them or start teaching them about civic education, the Constitution, what is an IDP, and also, creating topics on issues that are relevant to them. A library scenario. A lot of township kids, still have libraries, but they no longer go to libraries to get books. They would rather go stand outside just to have access to internet. But we're sort of saying to them, change that narrative. We've got a country that has, a issue with comprehension and reading. Go into these libraries. If there isn't enough books or even if there isn't enough resources, this is how you can go about it. These are the people that you must hold accountable for your library being functional. This goes also to your clinics, your recreational parks. So we're not only looking at, having the conversation because it's now election time or voter registration time. We're having these conversations even before we get into election cycle.
Absolutely. Well, let's leave it at that. Vincent Marke, the spokesperson for the Groundwork Collective, and you certainly are putting the groundwork on the ground. Much appreciated here. Ahead of election, local government election, 4th of November, 3 months away from today. Thanks for your time here on the National Pulse.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Basson's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the Mother City to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
Tech Talk on the National Pulse.
Yeah, we do this once a week, every Tuesday, we talk tech. And today it's around, an aspect of technology around AI and the issues of how do you combat misinformation. We all know about that, but specifically in South Africa's indigenous languages. So there's been a project put together, driven by Dr. Siani Rananga, a lecturer in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Pretoria, and we're going to find out about that now. So Dr. Rananga, thank you for joining us. You're on the Pulse.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having me.
Tell me what was the problem as you saw it, and how did you attempt to solve the problem?
Basically, we sat down and then checked what is currently happening in the social media space. So this research was inspired with the high rate of information that individuals are consuming online. And with COVID-19, it showed us that with the high rate of information that we consume online, it ended up being misinformation. And a lot of consumers of the information don't know whether the information they're consuming is misinformation or not. So just to break down misinformation is when you consume false information or inaccurate information without the intention, because you didn't know that information is wrong. Then you consume it, then you spread it to another person. That is called misinformation. So the reason was behind the high era of information being spread online, and we say, how can we create a tool that can combat, or some tool that someone, before they can spread information, they can at least compare or vet whether what I'm consuming is wrong or not. So
okay.
That was what.
So I mean, look, it's a global problem, right? I mean, in terms of what is factual and what's not, driven by things like AI, because you just don't know, right? But if I understand you correctly, you then saying if it's a global problem, that's one thing. In a South African scenario with our multiple languages, it's a bigger problem if the AI pushback is not catered for in our languages.
Yes, definitely. Hence, the study had to go multilingual. So the study focused on isiZulu language and also Sepedi language. The reason behind the selection of these languages was because with the high rate of information that is being shared online, there are little to few data that has been fact-checked, right? So we had to now do a study, which is a pilot study on COVID-19 data, because that was what was publicly available, which has been fact-checked and also labeled. So then now, in order for us to incorporate languages, in this context of South African languages, we had to incorporate machine translation. So the tools that were accurately translating, that were trained on better translation tools were on isiZulu and Sepedi. Hence, we use isiZulu and Sepedi. That was the reason of the language choices. Then after the translations, we compared, I think, about 2-3 translation tools. From then, we had to hire the language speakers or the language experts that can now verify that the information that was translated is correct or not. The reason we do that is because we cannot rely on machine translation, because machine translation loses the context, the semantics of our language. It loses the nuances of our language. It loses the of our languages. So we cannot just solely rely on translation. We need to then hire the language experts. So this work was now made possible because I received the Google PhD fellowship, which then enabled me to can now hire the language experts. And of course, they had to be paid because they don't do work for free.
And the fellowship has done it. So practically, what is now emerged out of it?
What emerged out of it, we have now a framework prototype that now you can prompt it anything related on COVID-19, then it will predict whether that is misinformation or not, either in English or isiZulu or Sepedi. It doesn't just end on predicting, it also classify whether what you have prompted is misinformation or not. Then it will tell you that this is misinformation, this is not misinformation. Then if the model is not sure, then it will tell you that it is uncertain, because we need to also introduce uncertainty with AI, because that's how the models, we cannot always rely on say something is either right or not. What happens when there is a fallback? Then after that, we introduced explainability, where now the model will tell you that from what you've prompted, what made or contributed to the decision. So then now it has the confidence interval score that tells you that because of this and this is what contributed to my decision. So now you have at least a functionality where you don't just consume what the model has said, you can at least see what contributed to the decision. So the further work that is ongoing on this study, we're now building the retrieval augmented database, where now we are collaborating with fact checkers, where we want to build data that we can retrieve from, so that now instead of just having a confidence score or explainability to show you what from your prompt contributed to the decision, we want to connect to the databases from fact-checked organization, your World, your WHO, and so forth, so that now you get what is the truth from what you've prompted. So now moving past COVID-19, because this was a pilot, we are now partnering with the government, where we want to try and do this for the elections, for the health, and so forth. So it is now a project that is going bigger.
Well, I'm glad it is. And I mean, here's the thought that, if we're looking at South African languages, which was your biggest cause for concern, so you're covering 2 right now. I mean, ideally, you'd go, through the whole lot. But it also means that this template then can be used for other languages in the world, because there are many other languages, hundreds, if not thousands, who are not going to be covered by AI at all, isn't it? So you could apply the same principle. Yeah. Would they then use you, for example, you and your organization, or would they do it on their own? If someone listening to us right now in Azerbaijan, Azeri, right? It's like, hey, we need to do this in our country. Would they be able to use it on their own steam, or actually connect with you because you now have the know-how?
I think for now, they can reach out to us. because before we deploy the system, we need to incorporate all languages. We need to now work with fact checkers to now have application areas, health, elections, and so forth. And then from then, we need to now, before deploying any system, it needs to undergo testing, because once the users lose or have mistrust with the system, they won't use it. So if anyone wants to do something similar, they can reach out to us at the Department of Computer Science, Data Science for Social Impact, University of Pretoria. Then now we can collaborate and bring the solution. There's no need of replicating the work. We can just work together in making this work go forward faster.
Well, there you are. Data Science for Social Impact. There's a classic example. If people want to know, like, why do I need to know my sciences? Well, here you are. Science for Social Impact is such a critical thing. So well done to you, and may you continue championing great causes, because in this case, I mean, you're the type of champion we need. Who says we don't have enough in our country? Dr. Siani Rananga, appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse. Thank you. There you are. Very much on the pulse, don't you think? Lecturer in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Pretoria. If you want to engage with her, I mean, just Google it, you'll find it. Department in terms of data science here for social impact. Yeah, more of the same, please. 5:30, here's the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the CEO of the Public Investment Corporation, Patrick Dlamini, has been reinstated into his position after the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria set aside his suspension, which it found to be unlawful and invalid. Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts says while there should be a regard for security concerns of government officials, due process must always be followed. And Saudi Arabia's state-owned oil giant Aramco has reported a 44% increase in profits as the Iran war sends oil prices surging. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a busy Tuesday afternoon. Here's the worst of it if you're airport bound. Coming out of Pretoria, crash on the R21 before the Bopsfontein exit. Heavy delays passing Tembisa. Queues from Olifantsfontein Road. The N1 North Buccleuch up to New Road looking heavy. A lot of that due to a crash in on the southbound, which is attracting a lot of onlooking. The Mike 1 from Melrose down into Crown is heavy today. And a lot of pressure around the Galulis interchange. N3 south from Limbro Park. N3 north from Cement Factory. N12 R24 routes into Galulis from Ekurhuleni slow as well. Been a series of breakdowns and a collision there earlier today. 14th Avenue, crash at the M1 highway, so delays getting off the highway coming south from Bayers Nordia and into that 14th Avenue traffic. Durban, crashing on the M4 at Virginia Airport. It's northbound, it's heavy towards Mhlanga, but it's also holding up traffic heading towards Durban. Breakdown after Umgeda Road on the N2 south, that's slow from Queen Nandi Drive today. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton checks okay, no major problems. Cape Town, a heads up if you need to go to or from Cape Town International Airport to connect with flights or to collect somebody from a flight. Kenyan Airways had a blowout, a tyre burst situation. It's still stuck on the runway with emergency vehicles still surrounding it, and that is going to inevitably lead to some flight disruption, so just keep that in mind. Otherwise, on the roads, the N1 out of town, city centre right through to Okavango Road is pretty slow, and a crash in the bus lane involving a pedestrian, Kuberg Road north to Bloberg Road, badly holding traffic in that Tableview area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Thanks for that, Rob. And while we're talking traffic, I mean, you may want to reflect on this, right? So deciding to binge that new series may cost you your beauty sleep. But deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. So with Outsurance, 58-year-old Loretta saves 479 rand a month on a 2017 BMW 320. So switch to Outsurance. You too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. Out 30754. License, insurer, and FSP. T's and C's and information available online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Hey, to me, there's no question about it. All eyes on Banyana.
Absolutely. It's all or nothing for them in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations as they face Burkina Faso in a must-win clash tonight at 10 p.m. Banyana are bottom of Group B with just 1 point from 2 games, while Burkina Faso are third and 2 points ahead. Now, in terms of the permutations, South Africa have to beat the West Africans to have a chance at progressing to the next stage. They also will be hoping that Ivory Coast beats Tanzania in the other group match tonight. If Ivory Coast and Tanzania play to a draw, Banyana unfortunately will be knocked out regardless of a win. However, if Tanzania beat Ivory Coast and Banyana also win, then second place will be decided on goal difference between South Africa and Ivory Coast. So a bit of calculations for tonight. However, here's Banyana coach Desiree Ellis.
We cannot change the past, and we know what we need to do. And obviously start from the first whistle. We have shown that we're able to, rise to the occasion, and it's all about getting a result. The rest is out of our hands. We have to get a result. I think if you look at the whole group, I think everybody has to get a result. But we can only control what we can control. And we will respect them, but we've worked on a few things. I think the mood in the camp is also good. I think that's also important. We had a very good training session, have another one today. And then it's all up for the big game on the next day. So we will be ready to take the field and give it the best that we can give, because, as I said, we know what's at stake. And it's probably the final for us, because we know if we don't get the result, we don't go into the next stage. But it's the same for everyone in that group. Each and every team in that group still has an opportunity to get out of the group. But we can only control what we can control.
Elsewhere, FIFA's head of global football development, Arsene Wenger, says that it was the right decision to scrap plans for private investment in FIFA competitions. The proposal, backed by FIFA President Gianni Infantino, would have allowed outside investors to buy stakes in major tournaments, including the World Cup. Now, the plan faced strong opposition, with UEFA threatening to boycott FIFA events. Infantino later withdrew the proposal, and Wenger says that the decision was absolutely necessary and that FIFA must remain independent, transparent, and act with integrity. In rugby, New Zealand hooker George Bell has been ruled out of rugby's greatest rivalry tour after suffering a calf injury in training. Bell is expected to miss up to 6 weeks, with Bradley Slater called up to join Dave Rennie's squad in South Africa. Tour captain Cody Taylor is also nursing a calf niggle and unlikely to feature against the Stormers on Friday, meaning that Slater could step straight into action. In terms of cricket, Proteas coach Craig Conrad says that they owe the country a World Cup after years of heartbreak and near misses, and will do everything in their power to finally deliver on home soil. Now, South Africa will host the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup alongside Zimbabwe and Namibia in what will be their best chance to finally break the hoodoo in the international white ball holy grail. And Conrad says that they are aware of what's expected of them in that tournament and are themselves coveting the much elusive trophy.
We owe it to the country, there's no doubt. We owe the country a World Cup, and we'll be hell bent on delivering, Ken. It's not going to be easy, it's never meant to be easy, but we are a little bit excited. We are a little bit excited about this summer. We are a little bit excited about playing in a home World Cup. And when I look at that trophy from a distance tonight, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to get my hands on that.
Meanwhile, Ben Stokes says that he would absolutely love to coach England one day, speaking for the first time since retiring from international cricket. The 35-year-old stepped down as Test captain after England's 2-1 series defeat to New Zealand in June. This is following a 4-1 Ashes loss to Australia. Stokes confirmed his retirement is final, but revealed his long-term ambition to return as England coach. He also suggested that Brendan McCullum might still be in charge of the Test side had Stokes not retired when he did. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. Ke Natume Kgapele Modimukio Ashraf, wishing Banyana nothing but the best for this evening, and also just speaking to what Shukri Conrad was saying, that the Proteas really do owe us a World Cup after years of heartbreak.
Yeah, I get worried when people make that statement, but maybe he is the World Test Championship manager, right, of the champions in that case. But it does put huge pressure on the team. Maybe that pressure works for some teams. You crack up because of that type of pressure. For others, it lifts them up. He would know better than you and I about what gets his players ticking, isn't it? I hope it works.
Absolutely, really hoping for the best.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, the Jimmy Moyaha in the hot seat, and I say hot seat because looking ahead to your show, how cryptic is cryptocurrency, Jimmy?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We have that draft regulation around cryptocurrency transactions that was released by the South African Reserve Bank and National Treasury yesterday. We're going to be looking into that. I did promise our listeners yesterday on our show that we would look at that in this week. We're going to see if we can try and make sense of what has been put forward here. It is out for comment at the moment, and we're going to see if we can get our heads around how this could potentially change the crypto landscape. We've also got a conversation taking a look at Nedbank's interim results. They gave us an update on their first 6 months of their new financial year. We're going to speak to the chief operating officer of the business prior to that COO's retirement and see if we can get a sense of how that business has performed thus far. Then we have a conversation with the team at Omnia taking a look at the agricultural landscape in South Africa and how to continue to protect the profitability of that space. We also have a conversation taking a look at the entrepreneurial landscape in South Africa. The latest Global Entrepreneurship Monitor report has been put out. We're going to be taking a look at the South African aspects of that and seeing where South Africa stands from an entrepreneurship perspective. And then, because it's Property Tuesday this week, we're going to be taking a look at the property landscape in Cape Town and whether or not the property market there continues to provide an investment case or if that steam has all but run out. Interestingly enough, as I was preparing to chat to you, Ashraf, we got confirmation that the Public Investment Corporation has reinstated their chief executive officer who was previously suspended. There was a court ruling today that ruled that suspension itself was invalid, and following that ruling that came out today, the PIC's chief executive officer has been reinstated. So we'll see if we can keep up with that conversation as well. It has just broken a little while ago as well. We're going to see if we can look into that either today or in this week. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of the market movements that have been prevailing throughout the day. The equity markets have had a stronger day, especially off the back of the weaker oil prices. The oil price is back at $80 a barrel. At some point, I think I saw one of the platforms having the oil price trading sub $80 a barrel. We're at $78.50 a barrel right now is the price I'm seeing on one of the trading platforms. We were at $80 a little earlier on. So sub $80 on the oil price ahead of a fuel price implementation that will come into effect midnight tonight. The equity markets, though, have received that as hugely positive. The ASX in Sydney is up 1%, or was up 1% when it traded on the day's trade. European markets all in the green. The DAX in Germany, the biggest winner there, 0.8% to the green. US markets are loving it as well. The Nasdaq up 1.7%, the S&P up 1.2%, the Dow Jones up 1.5%. Locally, resource stocks up almost 3%, financials up 1.4%, industrials up a third. The all share 1.4% to the green, the top 40 1.5% to the green, the rand 16.39 against the US dollar, sadly still above 22 rand against the British pound at 22 rand and 4 cents, but at 18.89 against the euro, 11.53 against the Australian dollar, and one Bitcoin 63,700 odd dollars a coin in rand terms, with that firmer rand still only about 2,000 rand different from where it was yesterday, 1,046,000 rands. I've got a lot to look at from a markets perspective a little later on, because it seems as though markets are coming to life as we start off the month of August. I've got good friend Simon Brown joining me on markets a little later on. I want to chat to him about potentially the PIC developments, as we've spoken about those as well, but also what's been happening on the markets front. Those conversations, of course, after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, perfect. Thanks for that, Jimmy. Enjoy your show, Cryptic or Not. Cryptic Crypto. Let's see what comes out of that.
SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. If you're active on social media and love SAfm, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAfm page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversation.
X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, I'll tell you what we need to be doing now is I need to talk to you, right? So what is it you'd like to, what do you want to get off your chest? I mean, and I love the fact we've had a few new callers. And you know what happens? When you are indifferent to what we're talking about, then it escapes you. It just sweeps you by like it doesn't matter. But you could be sitting on the beach in Durban. You could be on the beach in Cape Town. You could actually be farming somewhere in the Free State. And then sometimes a conversation comes up or a point comes up that moves you. And it moves you enough to want you to call in and say, I have a view. So what moves you today? Pravesh in Durban, what moves you?
Hi, Ashraf, and good afternoon to evening to your listeners.
Thank you so much. Right, what's your point?
This March to March, they have obviously successfully removed 80,000 people, migrants from other countries, which in a way I respect. In the way they did it, I don't. But I was looking at it from a different aspect, and I was thinking to myself, I mean, we've got so many politicians, we've got so many powerful people in this government, and it would have been much better if they did it in a manner where they went to the businesses and said to them, listen, you've got so many foreigners, you by right they're not legally in the country, and ideally we should have replaced them. We have 10 people here, we could put them in place, give them the same salary, or sit down and negotiate a package, and then take the 10 people that are foreigners and say to them, now you need to get repatriated to your country because you're illegally in the country. And I think 80,000, if not 40,000 people would have been employed. I don't know the stats right now. Have they really changed the demographics in terms of the people that they've taken out? And have they factored in or put in 20 or 30 or 40,000 people into power? Because from my point of things and watching the people that have been moved out of the country, it was done in a manner that was very abrupt. And I've literally witnessed people starving and sleeping out in the cold. And I tried to do my little, which is not good enough. But I'd like to know where the stats are. I mean,
well, okay, good point. I mean, you're right. So you say 80,000, I know we may be speculating, 80,000, 100,000 people. What has happened to the positions they held if they were in jobs? If they were not in jobs, then what were they doing? Because I mean, you could get some people on a holiday permit, a resident permit, without actually working. So I don't know that. But you're right. I mean, many have argued the point that agreed with the principle of sorting out our home affairs mess, right, our immigration mess, but not agreeing with the urgency that it was dealt with, that saw people out on the streets, and you just have to wonder about that. So thank you for your call, Pravesh, putting it on the agenda. Bartley in Richards Bay, go for it. What's your point?
Yes, hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, how's it, man? Good talking to you. We hardly ever speak to someone from as further north in KZN as Richards Bay, so you are like the representative of your whole community. You know that? You're there. Hello? Oh, we've lost him. Need to get to you again. Bahle, I just said you are like the mayor of Richards Bay, so we need to talk to you. Hopefully we'll do that. If you can call back, I will take your call. Right, there are comments about... in fact, we do have Bahle back. Right, go for it. What's your point?
Yes, Ashraf, thank you very much, man, for having Jacinta on the line. You know, she's got a very good idea, and I am so glad that in that lineup there's a guy called Advocate Now. I know that guy personally. All I wanted to say to them, they should think about, you know, we've got 16 clubs, PSL clubs in South Africa, with players that do not have pension funds. And we have people working for ShopRite checkers and all these shops. Those guys don't have pension funds. The garages, you know, the service stations don't have. I think they should try and organize, because the problem that we are having in South Africa is that we have these banks that are owned by white people only. You know, they'll have a few black people that are, you know, fronting for them to say they've got shares. But we don't have a commercial black bank where black people can go and borrow money and open business.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I mean, we can have a long chat about that in terms of how the shareholding has changed. But I mean, if you want to talk about black specifically, there's like African Bank and Development Bank. I mean, these things have also existed. But I'm saying to you, I mean, are we really suggesting that the bank today, the big banks, can be only surviving by not catering for the black market? They'd be out of business, man. There's just no way they can afford it. Okay, let's move on. But your point is interesting about, pension funds and other things. I mean, it's all the different industries. Sometimes they don't because they can't afford it, right? They just can't afford it. But there needs to be a way that perhaps we can create that security safety net for many more people. Thomas, we'll get to you, Thomas, in Newcastle in just a moment, right? There's more comments. Listen to this one.
Hello, Ashraf. My name is Cedric. I'm 105 years old. I listened to, I think it was the first broadcast in 1936. For the life of me, I can't remember what it is all about. I remember them talking about Hitler with his brown shirts taking over Germany and possibly Europe in the future. Well, that's all. That's my take. Great program.
Well, there we are.
Cedric,
my goodness, man. We need to connect with you, Cedric, and maybe have a longer chat with you, because I put that question to the audience, to you, and I said, hey, you're part of the Pulse community, but do you know anybody who's living who actually heard the very first broadcast of SAfm, called something else, 90 years ago? It certainly was on me. Do you know anybody who's alive? Can you tell me? So here's Cedric, who's 105 years old, and he knows his story. What a story indeed. Anybody else? Bring it on.
Running a small business means every rand counts. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month for my bakkies and tools of trade. Now, I get to save some extra cash for my business and focus on giving my clients world-class service.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your bakkies and tools of trade. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90. From 1 August, SAfm. The conversation continues. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's go to Newcastle, not for cold, just to speak to Thomas. Thomas, hi.
Hi, Ashraf.
How's it, man?
Ashraf, thanks for bringing Jacinta on the thing.
Well, let me thank my production team, by the way, just so that you know, it's never one person. It's it's Keys
well
and
done, guys.
and
Thank
Singh. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but here is the thing. Maybe one thing that was outstanding, maybe you can catch up on that. I think you would have asked, how do we get involved with this initiative? Because AfriForum is making it because there's a whole lot of people who believe in AfriForum's ethos or whatever belief system you want, and they support. So there is some of us who believe that for the first time then we will not be the children of the state anymore. We will be able to stand on our own. That's what Jacinta is bringing in. And we want to contribute where we can take the government to court on our own and stop toying and just deal with this thing as civil people that we are. Not that those that toy are not civil.
Yeah. Well, look, I think at the moment your point, I'm not too sure whether March and March has got a website or the new account, SA First Forum, but you certainly can Google them and you'll find it very, very quickly. And if not, I'll be surprised if they didn't reach out to you via their social media platforms to want to get you to contribute. That'll happen. I've no doubt about it.
We want to do that. Thanks, Ashraf.
Okay, thank you very much for that, right? But we'll see if we can pick up those contact numbers as well just now. Right, here's a comment. In fact, that website, so I did say, if you Google the website, you'll get it. But it is marchandmarch.org.za, marchandmarch.org.za, that Keys is very quickly just typed it up for me to just give it a mention. Reaction to Cedric.
Hi, Ashraf and the team. Nice show as always. Yes, Ashraf, bring Cedric. 105 years, still kicking. Now bring him to the show, Ashraf. You need him as in tomorrow. Please, please, please. Thank you for the nice show as always.
Much appreciated. I'll tell you what, if we can get a whole lot more Cedrics, like, all those guys 80, 90, 100 years old who've been listening, especially if you're 90. I know Cedric's 105, but is there anyone who's 90, which means that they could not have heard it on day one, right? They were a beba. But they're 90, like, what a connection, 90 and 90, SAfm at 90. Patrick in Woodbank, hi.
Hi, Ashraf, how are you, my brother?
Yeah, good talking to you, man. Right, what's your point?
Man. I just want to say this, though it's not going to sound very well, especially to you and your colleagues, the media people.
Yeah.
Jacinta, yes. I wish the her radio station should have actually fired her at least 5 years earlier. We would have been far by now. Because you know why? The whole group of prophecy, doom. You name the EFF, the media, and everybody who's been against Jacinta and her movement. Her movement actually welcomes you as Ashraf, me, and everybody else who is not actually not EFF, whether it's EFF or ANC or whatever. We are all welcome under the umbrella of Jacinta. She's been labeled so many things. The vigilante group, especially by the media and the rest of some of the political parties.
Okay.
I know politicians, they've been trying so hard to win her to their side for the sake of the masses that is following Jacinta.
Okay.
And she has proven them wrong.
Well, Patrick, I need to move on only because of time. Listen, I hear what you're saying. No, it's not like I won't like it. I mean, honestly speaking, look, there are aspects what March and March are doing, as they said, holding government to account to do what is their job, what is constitutional. But there has been aspects where it could be them or an extension of them, and hear my words carefully, an extension and offshoot that have got things wrong. There are many cases of people being attacked and physically thrown out by people, so whoever they are. Now, you can't deny that, and I'm not attributing that to Jacinta. I'm not saying that at all, okay? Right, some quick comments from you as well before we conclude the show.
My name is Dean Duplessis from Harare in Zimbabwe, and I'd very much like to extend a huge, massive congratulations to SAfm for being around for 90 years. I've also been very privileged to be a part of SAfm, albeit in a very small manner, as I occasionally do cricket reports, updates, and analysis as well. Happy birthday, SAfm. Here's to another 90 years.
Oh, Dean, I know exactly who you are, and you've contributed brilliantly with your cricket commentaries over the years. I think when we had those sports shows at that time on a Saturday afternoon, that's changed, but I know that. Well, wonderful for you to connect to us from Zimbabwe.
Morning, Ashraf. On that point of telling someone what you do, or when you introduce the person, tell them what they do. No, man, I think that shouldn't be done. It should come naturally. Sometimes, more often, well, in my experience, people use that to gauge how much respect they should give you, or to just gauge how well off or bad off you are, and it removes that human connection. What happens to this is KG, he's from Mokopane, and so on. But yeah, what you do shouldn't be the primary question.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And I mean, if the person is for bragging, the reasons that's bad. But if the reason is to connect people, because sometimes there's mutual interest, like, hey, you know what, so-and-so meets so-and-so, he owns the legal firm. Like, oh, you know what, I'm just finished my articles, I need a job. Can you assist me in any way or the other? I mean, these things happen. If we can make connections where others can't, then why can't we use that one-on-one opportunity of the human touch? Just think about it. So, I mean, listen, as we end the show, I mean, here's a question I've asked you before, and I'll ask you again. So whoever you are, I don't know who you are, I don't know your name, I don't know what you do, but I can ask you this one question. Are you winning? And I hope you are winning. So let's do it again tomorrow, 3 to 6 here on the National Pulse. Thanks for listening in. Right now, it's the news at 6 with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf, and the team on the top stories. PIC CEO Patrick Dlamini returns to work, and Kat Matlala and co-accused trial postponed to 31st August. For South African Investment Corporation, Patrick Dlamini has been reinstated into his position after the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria set aside his suspension, unlawful and invalid. The ruling follows the collapse of the PIC board, which was characterized by the resignation of the board chairperson and deputy Finance Minister David Masondo, along with 8 other board members, amid a dealership clash. The judgment noted that the board acted unilaterally in its decision, which went against its own policies and procedures, which stated that such a move requires the approval of the minister and cabinet. The cost of Dlamini's